All right, all right. Hello, hello. Hey there, Odavio. Everybody cozy? It's time for another episode of Murder. Oh my. Where's my game capture? There's my game capture. Good old game capture. And it works. Excellent. Yeah. So last week we dealt with the first murder. So I wonder what's going to go on, or what's going on with Cannon and Jessica. Like, I guess nobody's found them yet. I guess we're about to. Is the witch going to confront Battler about that? Or are we just going to go on straight to the next murder? Hmm. Okay. Rosa and the rest returned from the chapel to the parlor in the mansion. So many things had happened since early in the morning. Of course, they were high strung. Battler and George, who had cried, raged, and let their emotions explode after seeing their parents' tragic bodies, returned to the parlor and sat in the sofas, dazed, as though everything up until then had been a lie. There we go. Whoops, wrong one. Got to unmute the game. Yep. Only Maria was completely unchanged and looked just like normal. When she wasn't playing pranks, she was basically a kid who played wordlessly by herself. So even if she was dazed, she would probably look just as she did. Ew, ew. Cease. But as she turned on the TV and flipped through the channels, it looked as though nothing about her had changed from normal. Did Rosa think anything in particular about this attitude, which was clearly different from normal people? She stared at Maria's back as though looking at something that wasn't quite heartwarming. Eventually, came to say good morning. Kumasawa, where you been? Dang, you just like missed everything. Her cheerful manner was clearly out of place, and she couldn't help but be bewildered by the strange atmosphere in the room. Yeah, you're in for a shock. Then, when she heard the details from Goda, she reacted loudly with shock.
もう、もう、もう、もちろん警察には連絡したんですよね。こういう時はどうすればいいんでしょう。おお、どうすればいいんでしょう。
Of course you've contacted the police, right? What should we do at a time like this? Oh, what should we do?
落ち着いて聞いてください。どうも昨夜の落雷で何かの機械がやられたようなのです。それで電話が使えなくなっておりまして。
Please calm down and listen. It seems a machine somewhere was done in by lightning last night. Because of that, we haven't been able to use the phones.
じゃあ、台風が過ぎるまで警察にも連絡できないんですか？
What? Then, until the typhoon passes, we can't even contact the police? Maybe Kumasawa's exaggerated surprise was a little comical. Even in this kind of situation, Rosa giggled. Nani? You find that comical how? Because of that, the fog of confusion that had covered her head cleared up a little.
私がしっかりしなきゃ。マリアだけじゃない。ジョージ君もバタラ君も今は私が親代わりなんだからしっかりしなきゃいけない。
I've got to stay strong. It's not just Maria. I'm acting as a parent for George-kun and Battler-kun too. So I have to stay strong. Rosa had been the youngest sibling, with a large difference in age between her and the others. Though she had always been treated as a child, every time she learned something new, it was something obvious to her siblings, and she had built up a complex, becoming convinced of her own incompetence. So she had developed a passive personality, asking her siblings for advice every time something happened. That's rough. She no longer had any brothers or sisters. Now, Rosa was the only one of the 4 Ushiromiya siblings left. Furthermore, if Kinzo continued to shut himself away even in this extraordinary situation, Rosa would have to surpass this crisis as the head's representative.
私はもう子供じゃない。
Not a child anymore. Not a child. Rosa slapped her knees lightly and stood up. She must not wait for orders now. She had to start moving herself. She picked up the receiver of the extension phone on the side table. Then she immediately remembered that the phones were down. Genji and Shannon, who she had sent to see Kinzo, hadn't returned yet. He had a good guess at what was going on. He was probably yelling something nonsensical again and becoming unmanageable. Becoming ungovernable. His precious chapel had been defiled with blood. That was easy to imagine. He had planned on using the extension phone to call the study, but unfortunately, the phones were down. Rosa decided to go to the study directly, their own 2 feet. Her old self would have been too frightened to go see Kinzo. And in fact, if she did meet him, he would probably be blamed somehow and insulted. But this was no time to be frightened. As his true daughter, she had to make him aware of the current situation.
熊沢さん、私はお父様のところへ行ってきます。特にジョージ君とバタラ君の2人をお願いします。きっとだいぶ神経が参ってると思うの。
Umasawa-san, I'm going to see father. Take special care of George-kun and Battler-kun. I'm sure they're on edge right now. Oh, Rosa. A valiant attempt. But it will come to nothing, I'm sure.
ええ、それはそうでございましょうとも。本当にお気の毒なことです。何か温かい飲み物でも作ってあげることにいたします。
Yes, yes, that may be true. It is truly pitiable. I shall make them something warm to drink.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Rosa went out into the hallway and headed towards Kinzo's study. The atmosphere in this mansion, which she'd spent her younger days in and should have been full of memories, seemed somehow different. She began to climb the stairs in the entrance hall. Just then, in the faint darkness down the stairs behind Rosa's back, something glowed. It was a single, fluttering gold butterfly. It fluttered around and sparkled. That butterfly danced about without a sound. was only natural. No one can hear the sound of a butterfly's wings beating. And then it came to a rest on Rosa's back. She slowly climbed the stairs. Rosa didn't notice it. If someone not in the know saw it, they'd probably assume it was just a single sheet of gold leaf in the shape of a butterfly that had been stuck there. Secret Agent Butterfly. Without noticing a thing, Rosa continued heading toward Kinzo's study.
さーて、次はどう遊ばせてもらおうか。まだまだ駒はいくらでもある。
So, how will you entertain me with this next one? There are still many, many pieces left. Flashbang! My eyes. Ah. In the parlor, which had fallen silent again, the only sound was that of the TV that Maria was watching alone. If there was anything audible besides that, it was the sound of the rain, which had continued on and on since the previous night. Every one of those who had witnessed that unearthly and horrible scene stayed silent, as though praying that the events of that morning had all been a dream. Because Kumasawa alone hadn't seen it, her reaction was slightly different. The silence itself seemed more unbearable to her, and she was anxious to encourage everyone somehow. However, she was aware that she must avoid saying anything careless. She seemed to be pondering how she could most be helpful. Normally, it would be time for breakfast. However, possibly because something so outrageous had happened, Goda seemed to have forgotten to prepare a meal. Or maybe everyone was so beaten up that they'd forgotten their hunger. Kumasawa wanted to bring up the subject of what they should do for breakfast, but it didn't seem like the right atmosphere, so she really couldn't. But she really was hungry. So she casually made a proposal.
皆さんもいろいろあってお疲れでしょ。こういう時は温かい紅茶で体を温めるのが一番ですよ。
Is this gonna trigger everybody? It seems everyone is tired after all that has happened. In times like this, I think the best thing is to heat yourself with some warm black tea.
それはいい提案ですな。私も賛成です。
Indeed, that is an excellent plan. I agree as well.
美味しい紅茶にジャムを塗ったビスケットなどいかがですか。そうそう、ハロウィンの時期が近いみたいで、かぼちゃ型の美味しそうなクッキーが棚にありました。
Oh, how about some delicious black tea with biscuits and jam? Ah, yes. I hear Halloween will be here soon, and we have some delicious-looking pumpkin-shaped cookies on the shelf. Oh, Kumasawa.
熊沢さん、それは。
Kumasawa-san, that's... Of course she had said the wrong thing. She had reminded Battler and the rest about that horrible and tragic Halloween party in the chapel. Nanjo hurriedly whispered into Kumasawa's ear.
バトラさん、本当にすみません。悪気はなかったんですよ。
Battler-san, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Truly, I didn't.
いや、気にしてねえぜ。この煮えくり返るような怒りは、絶対犯人にお返ししてやるぜ。
No, don't worry about it. I'll definitely turn this boiling anger back on the culprit.
その犯人はまだこの島にいるのかな。
I wonder if that culprit is still on the island.
いるだろうな。何しろ台風が過ぎるまで船は来ないんだ。
Probably. At least until the typhoon passes, no boat will come.
ええ、そうですとも。船はちょっとの風でも欠航しますからね。ましてや台風では絶対に船になんか乗れませんよ。ええ。
Yes, that's true. After all, the boats stop coming even when it's just a little windy. They certainly wouldn't come during a typhoon, yes?
気持ち悪いな。
Creeps me out.
兄貴もそう思うのか。俺もだぜ。犯人が例の謎の来客かどうかは捨ておいてもだ。
You think so, Aniki? Me too. And that's not even putting aside whether the culprit's that mystery guest or not.
そうですな。私たちはついついベアトリーチェを名乗る謎の来客を怪しがってしまいますが、まだ犯人と決まったわけではありません。彼女がまだ死体の出ていない犠牲者である可能性も残っている。
Indeed, we've naturally suspected the mystery guest who calls herself Beatrice, but we still cannot be certain she is the culprit. There's still the possibility that she's a victim whose corpse still hasn't been found.
それを考えるとどうしても理解できないことがあるんだ。
When I think of it that way, there's something I just can't understand.
それはどういうことでしょうか。
What do you mean by that?
簡単さ。さっき熊沢のばあちゃんの言った通りだよ。この島は今台風の真っ只中で脱出不能だ。それは犯人だって同じさ。なら犯人にとって犯行発覚は可能なら最も避けたいことのはずだ。
It's simple. Just like Kumasawa-bachan said a short while ago. Right now, this island is right in the middle of a typhoon, and escape is impossible. The same thing goes for the culprit. In that case, having the crime come to light should have been the thing the culprit wanted to avoid most.
そうですね。礼拝堂の入り口にあんな不気味な魔法陣を書いて、ここに死体がありますなどとアピールする必要はありませんね。
I see. So there was no need to draw that creepy magic circle on the entrance to the chapel and show off the fact that the corpses were there.
そうさ。そういうことなんだ。さらに言えば、あの6人にあんなむごたらしいことをするだけの手間をかけられたなら、6人の死体を発見不能な場所に隠すことだって可能だったはず。
Yeah, that's it. And if they were able to take the time and effort to do something so horrible to those 6 people, it should have been possible for them to hide the 6 corpses where they'd be impossible to find.
同感だね。あの残酷なハロウィンパーティーは多分死んだ人たちに向けられたものじゃない。やがて発見する僕たちへ向けたものなんだよ。魔法陣はそのためのアピールだと言い切れるだろうね。
I agree. That brutal Halloween party probably wasn't directed at those who died. It was directed at the people who would eventually discover it. Us. It's probably safe to say that the magic circle was there to help us find it.
犯人はこの島からしばらく逃げられないことを知っている。にもかかわらず、台風の真っ最中に死体を見つけさせたいような真似をした。こりゃどういうことなんだ。俺が犯人だったなら、死体を見つけさせるような真似は絶対にしないんだが。
culprit knows they won't be able to escape from this island for a while, and yet they acted as though they wanted to make us find the corpses in the middle of this typhoon. What does it mean? If I were the culprit, I definitely wouldn't play around and make us find the bodies.
ベアトリーチェ様はお部屋におられませんでした。特に部屋が荒らされていた様子もありませんし。ああ、いえ、お嬢様がだいぶ荒らしてしまいましたが。
Beatrice-sama was not in her room, and the room did not seem particularly disturbed. No, Milady did disturb it quite a lot, though.
そういや、ジェシカは
Oh boy, here we go. Come to think of it, what happened to Jessica?
カノンさんが様子を見てくれています。多分、お嬢様のお部屋におられるでしょう。
Canon-san is looking after her. They are probably in Milady's room.
よくないね。犯人は間違いなくまだこの島にいる。今の状況下で少人数で孤立することはそれほどいいことだとは思わない。
That isn't good. The culprit is definitely still on the island. In this situation, I don't believe it's a very good idea to isolate ourselves in small numbers.
それはどういう意味ですか？まさか犯人は私たち全員を殺すつもりだとおっしゃるんですか？
What do you mean by that? You don't mean to say that the culprit plans to kill all of us?
落ち着きましょう。まだそうと決まったわけではありません。
Let us remain calm. That is not yet certain.
ところが悔しいことに、その可能性も否定できねえんだよな。この手紙が礼拝堂にあった。これによるならば、犯人は魔女様で、じい様の碑文の謎を解いて黄金を見つけなきゃ、一族老頭を皆殺しにする。みてえなことを言っている。
But unfortunately, we can't deny that the possibility exists. This letter was in the chapel. According to this, the culprit is the witch, and if we don't solve the riddle of grandfather's epitaph and find the gold, they'll massacre the whole family. Something like that.
それは本当ですか？私にも読ませていただいてよろしいですか？
Is that true? Would you allow me to read it as well? As they read the witch's letter, Goda, Kumasawa, and Nanjo's faces grew even paler than they had been. Kumasawa could no longer hide her shaking.
死にたくなかったら、じい様の隠し黄金を見つけてみろか。ふざけやがって。てめえじゃ解けない謎だから、俺たちに解かせようって腹に決まってるぜ。
You don't want to die, try finding grandfather's hidden gold. Is that it? Screwing around with us. I'll bet she can't solve the riddle, so she's trying to make us solve it.
しかし、実際のところはどうなんでしょう。
Hey there, Lunar Festival. Yes, this is my first time reading Umineko. All of this, well, once long ago I watched episode 1, but that was it. And then this is the first time I've been reading through it myself. I've never seen this part. I mean, we're quite a ways into episode 2 here.
奥様は常々黄金伝説は親方様が作られた幻想に過ぎないと言い切られておりました。 本当に実在するものなのかは怪しいところですよ。
Love Umineko. Anime is kind of garbage. Well, no, I didn't watch the anime. I just watched a read through of episode 1 once long ago, but I didn't watch anything past that. Yeah, everything after episode 1 is new to me. However, I wonder what the truth is. Madame always stated that the legend of the gold was nothing more than an illusion created by the master. It is doubtful whether it actually existed.
そうですな。あったらいいなとは思いつつ半信半疑だったはずです。親族の皆さんが黄金伝説を信じ始めたのは金蔵さんが健康を崩して遺産問題が浮上してからです。
Oh, thank you for the follow, Lunar Festival. Thank you very much.
それまでは信じている人はほとんどいなかったと思います。
True. Supposedly, they thought it would be nice if it did exist, but only half believed it. The relatives started believing in the legend of the gold only after Kinzo's health worsened and the inheritance problem came up. Until then, hardly anyone believed in it, I understand.
そうか、それでかな。覚えてるかい？礼拝堂のテーブルの上、黄金のインゴットが3つあったね。あれだけでも相当の価値があるよ。あれはまさに黄金伝説は実在することを証明してるんじゃないかな。
Oh, so maybe that's why. Do you remember? On the table in the chapel, there were 3 gold ingots. That alone would be worth quite a lot. Doesn't that prove that the legend of the gold was real?
お待ちください。今、黄金が3つとおっしゃいましたか？
Excuse me. Please wait. Just now, did you say there were 3 gold bars?
ああ、確かに3つが積み上げてあったぜ。それが何だってんだ？
Yeah, there were definitely 3 of them piled up. So what?
私、旦那様がお話になっているのを聞いたことがあるんです。ええ、聞いただけでございますよ。別にこっそりお話に聞き耳を立てていたわけではございませんとも。ええ。
I happened to hear Kraus-sama say something once. Yes, I just happened to hear it, you see. It's not like I was trying to listen in on secret discussions. No, indeed. Oh, Kumasawa.
今は気にしないぜ。それで何だってんだ？あの金塊が3つじゃ何かまずいってのか？
Don't worry about that now. So then what? Is there something wrong with there being 3 of those gold bars?
ええ。旦那様がおっしゃるには、黄金伝説を裏付ける黄金は一つしか見つかっていないのだそうです。
Yes. According to Kraus-sama, there was only 1 bar ever found to support the legend of the gold.
そうでしたな。確か金蔵さんがマルソーの会長さんに黄金の山を見せて、その1本を持ち帰らせたというような話だったはずです。
That is correct. I believe Kinzo-san showed the president of Maruso a mountain of gold and let him take one back with him. Or take 1 bar back with him. Or so the story goes.
その一つをですね、旦那様はお持ちになられていたのです。そしてこうもおっしゃっておりました。親方様の黄金伝説を裏付ける黄金はこれ一つしかないとも。
That 1 bar came to be in Kraus-sama's possession. And he said that no other gold supporting the master's legend of the gold existed.
旦那様ってクラウスおじさんの話だよな。 ってことはなんだ？じゃなくて3つ？おいおい、どこから出てきたんだよ。多すぎるぜ。
They're talking about Uncle Kraus here. So what does that mean? No, wait. 3? Wait. Where did they come from? That's too many, right? Little slow on the uptake there, Battler.
こうは考えられませんか。他の親族の方もそれぞれ見つけておられて、それを一つずつ持ち寄られたとか。
Perhaps there's another explanation. Maybe the other relatives also found one each, and they each brought one of them here.
いや、私はそうは思いません。親族の皆さんがお屋敷に来られた時、私は皆さんのお荷物を預からせてもらっています。その時、不審な重さは感じませんでした。
No, I cannot believe that. When all of the relatives came to the mansion, I was entrusted with their luggage. I did not feel a suspicious weight back then.
あれは10キロくらいはあったと思う。そんな重さが荷物に入っていたら僕だって気づくよ。でもそんな雰囲気はなかった。
I think those would weigh about 10 kilograms. If that much weight was in their bags, even I would notice. But it didn't seem that way.
うちも同じだぜ。せいぜい着替えと常備薬、キリエさんの化粧道具、そんなもんだったと思う。ローザおばさんの荷物も軽そうに見えたぜ。
Same here. At the most, there were some changes of clothes, a first aid kit, Kyrie-san's makeup. Stuff like that, I think. Aunt Rose's luggage also looked pretty light.
となると、その3つ積まれた金塊は彼らあるいは僕らに示されたものということになるね。黄金伝説は間違いなく存在する。幻想なんかじゃない。それを暴いてみろと。
In that case, those 3 piled up gold bars were being shown to them. Or maybe to us. The legend of the gold is definitely real. It isn't an illusion. They're telling us to try and find out the secret if we can.
それの隠し場所を示したあの碑文を私たちに解かせて横取りしようという魂胆でしょうか。
Could they be scheming to have us solve the epitaph, which points to where the gold is hidden, and then try to snatch it away?
確かにそれが一番筋が通る。しかし腑に落ちない点もいくつかあるぜ。まず碑文を一番解けそうな人物である親たちが真っ先に殺されてる。これはいきなり矛盾があるように思う。
Yeah, that does make some sense. But there are a couple parts that don't fit. To start, our parents, who should have been the most likely to solve the epitaph, were killed first. That seems to create a contradiction right off the bat to me.
そしてここがもっと腑に落ちない。黄金伝説は実在するって言ってどうして黄金が積めるんだ。まるで犯人はもう自分だけは黄金を見つけていて、お前らも見つけてみろって言ってるみたいに見えるじゃないか。
And something else makes even less sense. If the legend of the gold is actually true, then how were they able to pile up all that gold? It's almost like the culprits already found the gold, is telling us to try and find it too.
犯人もクラウスおじさんのようにその3本を手に入れ黄金伝説を確信し、残りを僕らに探させようとしていると考えるのが一番しっくりくるね。
Maybe the culprit found those 3 like Uncle Kraus did. Maybe that convinced them that the legend is true, and they're trying to make us search for the rest. I think that way fits the best. George, I don't know how that fits the best. Honestly, I think... Well, I mean... I'm pretty sure that Battler's right and they've already found the gold and they're just telling them to find it now. Like, there was only one gold bar taken. All of the rest, well, I mean, I guess maybe he could have traded it for support and all that, but yeah, they only talk about one being taken. So if they've already gotten more, then that means they should have found the rest.
チェス盤に駒がちっとも並ばねえ。犯人が何を企んでいて、何をしたいのか、何をさせたいのかがさっぱりだ。無駄なのか。何を考えても今の時点では。
The pieces on the chessboard aren't lined up at all. We don't have a clue what the culprit is planning, what they want, or what they want to make us do. Is there any point? No matter what we think, is there anything we can figure out right now?
書いてあるよ。何をさせたいかは。みんなは文字読めないのかな
It was written down. What she wanted to make us do. Couldn't anyone read it? Maria suddenly laughed in a creepy voice. I thought she'd been concentrating on the TV, but apparently she'd been listening in too. Without turning away from the TV, she very simply told us what we were forgetting.
ベアトリーチェは黄金が欲しいなんて一言も言ってないよ。ベアトリーチェは碑文の謎をみんなが解けるか解けないか、それしか聞いてないんだよ。どうせ無理だろうって思ってるに違いないけどね。
Beatrice hasn't said once that she wants the gold. All that she's asking is whether you're all capable of solving the epitaph's riddle or not. Though I'll bet she's pretty sure you could never do it.
マリアにはそれが解けるってのか。
So, are you saying you can solve it, Maria?
知らない。だってマリアは黄金鏡へ連れてってもらうんだもん。ベアトリーチェの邪魔なんかしないよ。あ、痛い。
I don't care. After all, she'll take me to the Golden Land, so I won't get in Beatrice's way. Ouch.
どうやらこれ以上を知るにはマリアに話を聞くほかないようだな。マリア、聞かせてもらうぜ。ベアトリーチェってのは何者だ。何を企んでるんだ。
In any case, it looks like we'll have to ask Maria if we want to learn anything more. Maria, tell us, who is this Beatrice? What is she planning? So we're back to this, are we?
ベアトリーチェはね、魔女なの。不思議な力で何でもできる。魔法の力で何でもできる。黄金も生み出せるし、パンも生み出せる。もちろんお菓子だって生み出せるよ。見たでしょ
You know, Beatrice is a witch. She can do anything with her strange powers. The power of magic can do anything. It can even create gold or bread. And of course, it can create sweets too, right? You saw, didn't you? At that time, everyone jumped at the sound of a door being slammed shut. When we turned around, we saw that Rosa had suddenly returned, bringing Genji and Shannon. Then she rapidly approached Maria, her heels squeaking, and hit her on the cheek. Oh, okay.
そんな話はやめなさい。バトラ君たちが気を悪くするでしょ。
Stop talking about that. Battler-kun and the rest will take it badly.
うーん
Without waiting for a response, she hit Maria's cheek once more. Everyone could only stand there, stunned.
うーではわからないわよ。はいは
I don't know what ooh means. What about yes?
ふーん
She mercilessly hit Maria's cheek again. Maybe Maria didn't feel like resisting after being hit twice. She weakly said yes. Oh man, imagine if Rosa was the only adult alive. Yep, I did say that.
ローザさん、そこまでひどくすることはない。
Rosa-san, there's no reason to be so harsh.
娘に対する教育です。口は挟まないでいただきます。
This is my daughter's education. Do not interrupt. The atmosphere around Rosa, with Genji and Shannon standing at attention behind her, was somehow cold and yet dignified, completely different from how she had seemed before she left. She was holding something that looked like a gun. Couldn't imagine that she'd be holding a toy in this situation. Oh no, she has the gun.
ローザおばさん、それは。
Yeah, imagine if she had the gun. Oh, yeah, I said that as well. I'm a prophet. Oh, and Rosa, what is that? Or what is...
お父様のものです。このような事態ですので特別に借りてきました。みんなだって分かってるはず。犯人はまだ近くにいるのですから。何があるか分からない。
This is father's. Because of the current situation, I borrowed it specially. Everyone should understand. The culprit is still nearby. We don't know what might happen.
同感です。犯人が何を企んでいるかを探るよりも、僕たちは身の安全を先に考えた方がいいかもしれない。
I agree. Rather than trying to figure out what the culprit is planning, it might be better to first think about our own safety.
お父様はご無事でしたが、突然の出来事に多少取り乱していました。幸いにも部屋からは出ないと言っていますので安全でしょう。あと、私たちは極力同じ場所に集まるべきです。
Father was fine, but he was considerably shaken by these sudden events. Fortunately, he said he won't leave his room, so he should be safe. For now, we should all try to stay together as much as possible. He was shaken? What do you mean by that? I thought he'd be totally chill.
同感だぜ。相手がどこに潜んでいるのかもわからねえし、何しろ一人という保証もねえんだ。
Also, I bet he's dead because of that butterfly. Wasn't he yelling at Shannon and Genji before? Well, I mean, I think he was yelling at them because they asked him what to do, and he's just like, yo, do whatever. And then Shannon was like, but... And he's like, no. He wanted a will? That was new. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. He did agree to make a will. At that point, he was pretty chill. I agree. We don't even know where the culprit's hiding, and after all, there's no proof that there's only one of them. Gasp. Even though I said it myself, I shivered. That's right. Could a single person kill 6 people and set up a horrible scene all alone? Isn't it natural to assume that this crime was carried out by multiple culprits?
ローザさんに同感です。私たちは 一ところに集まるのがいいでしょうな。
I agree with Rosa-san. It's probably good for us to stay together.
ええ、私もそれが良いと思いますよ。ええ。
Yes, yes. I think it's good too. Yes, yes.
お嬢様たちももうそろそろこちらへお呼びした方がいいかもしれません。
Maybe it's about time we called for Milady and Cannon-san. Yeah, about that.
そうだね。もう降りてきてもらおう。
That's right. Let's have them come down. George Aniki tried to grab the extension phone, but Goda-san shook his head. That's right. The phones are down right now, aren't they?
俺と何人かで行ってこよう。ジョージの兄貴にゴーダさんも来てくれれば十分だろ。
I'll go with a couple people. If George Aniki and Goda-san come too, that should be enough.
いいえ、みんなで一緒に行きましょう。狼と羊のパズルなのよ。私たちがここに揃い安定しているなら、この状態が一番安全。
No, let's all go together. It's a wolves and sheep puzzle. If we're in balance while gathered together like this, then maintaining this situation will be safest. Is there like some new info here? I heard a little... I don't know how to describe that sound. Guess not. Anyway, nothing's going on with Jessica and Cannon yet, but they're totally dead. Wolves and sheep puzzle. Do I know those? I don't know if it's specifically, but I assume that it means the wolf tries to break up the sheep and make them easier targets. Basically, anybody left out alone is the most likely target.
狼と羊のパズル？
A wolves and sheep puzzle?
おお、マリア持ってるよ。見せてあげる。
I'll probably explain it though. Yeah, it looks like that's what they're doing. I've got it. I'll show you.
マリア、テレビを消しなさい。源氏さん、ジェシカちゃんの部屋を教えてください。みんなで行きましょう。
Maria, turn off the television. Genji-san, please tell me where Jessica-chan's room is. Let's all go together.
はい。ご案内いたします。
Yes, I will guide you.
さあみんな、一緒に行動するわよ。私の指示に従って。
Come on, everyone. We'll move together. Follow my instructions. We stood up. Maria alone looked like she had some regrets about the TV, but she decided to go along with everyone for now and got up.
シャノン、よかった。戻りが遅いから少し心配してたよ。
Shannon, thank goodness. I was a bit worried when you took so long to get back.
ご心配をおかけしました。親方様より筆行のご命令があったもので。
I am sorry to have worried you. The master ordered me to transcribe something for him.
筆行？
Transcribe?
シャノン。
すみません。失礼しました。
I am sorry. Excuse me. We headed for Jessica's room, with the armed Aunt Rosa and Genji-san in the lead. Jessica and Cannon-kun were a boy and a girl about the same age. Sure be a shame if we barged in on them at a bad time. Or at least, that's what we'd be joking about normally. However, Aunt Rosa was on edge, constantly exuding a sense of tension. Though it definitely wasn't the sort of atmosphere for careless remarks like that.
ほら遅れないで。みんな一緒に行動するの。犯人はいつどこから飛びかかってくるかわからないのよ。
Hey, don't fall behind. Everyone move together. We don't know when or where the culprit might leap out at us, right? No, maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude was more appropriate. Not to be in charge. Yeah, Rosa is just a bundle of nerves. Since grandfather hadn't come down, Aunt Rosa was our leader. This wasn't a situation where she could always smile, or where she could smile like she always did. Aunt Rosa was a mother too. She probably also thought that if she didn't get a hold of herself, some harm might befall her beloved daughter. The culprit had killed 6 of our parents at once. The method they had used was unknown, but there was a good chance this opponent could take down a large number of people in a flash. I mean, I'm just gonna straight up guess poison. Would that be with weapons, or with numbers? Or with the magic of a witch? In any case, I couldn't think of any reason why it'd be okay to let our guards down. The rest of us had better take much greater care, just like Aunt Rosa.
みんな止まって。
Everyone, stop! Aunt Rosa spoke in a sharp voice. Wondering what this was all about, we peered forwards and immediately realized the reason.
なんですかこれは。
What is this?
皆様、お下がりを。
Everyone, get back! Goda-san and Genji-san approached the door. Beyond this door was probably Jessica's room.
これは礼拝堂の扉に落書きしていたのと同じ塗料のようですね。
This seems to be the same paint that was scribbled on the door to the chapel.
そのようです。書かれてまだ時間がそう経っていないように見えます。
It appears so. It seems not much time has passed since it was drawn.
なんだありゃ。また魔法陣かよ。
What the heck? Is that another magic circle?
月の1の魔法陣だね。赤の扉を開く力があるよ。
It's the first magic circle of the moon. It has the power to open unopening doors. Ah, flashbang. Drawn on the door to Jessica's room was the same kind of creepy scribble that had been drawn on the door to the chapel. That strange pattern must have had some occult meaning. But it didn't matter what that meaning was. We were worried about whether those two were okay.
そんなことはどうでもいいよ。ジェシカちゃんとカノン君は無事なの？
That doesn't matter. Are Jessica-chan and Canon-kun safe?
嫌な予感がしますな。早くジェシカさんたちを連れて下に降りましょう。
This does not bode well. We should quickly bring those two downstairs.
お嬢様、お嬢様、おられますか。お返事をお願いします。
Milady, Milady, are you there? Please answer. Goda-san knocked violently and yelled, but there was no answer. He gripped the doorknob with a clatter, but the lock just resisted him.
ローザ様、鍵がかかっているようです。
Rosa-sama, it seems to be locked.
仕方ないわ。開けてください。
There's no helping it. Please open it up. Genji nodded, and Goda quickly unlocked the door with a master key. In the back of my mind, horrible images floated up and disappeared, one after another. A magic circle had been drawn on the door to the chapel. Behind that lay 6 corpses. So if there's a magic circle drawn on the door to Jessica's room, then beyond it must be...
ジェシカ様。
どうしたの？いたの？
What happened? Is she there?
ジェシカ、どうした？
Jessica, what happened? It was truly heartless. The expression on Goda-san's face and his cry as he opened the door prepared us for the brutal fate that Jessica had met even before we saw her. Everyone rushed into Jessica's room at once. That scene told everyone that their worst fears were spot on.
ジェシカ！
なんてこと。南條先生！
How horrible. Dr. Nanjo! Inside the room, which seemed elegant for the bedroom of one so young, Jessica lay crumpled on the ground. There was a large pool of blood on the floor, and there was a knife or something sticking deep into her back. Was it a knife? There was a design on the handle that just had to symbolize something demonic. It had to be a weapon with some kind of occult meaning.
これはひどい。お亡くなりになっています。これは多分肺まで届いてるでしょうな。死んでからそう時間は経っていません。
This is horrible. She has passed away. This probably reached her lungs. Not much time has passed since she died.
ジェシカ！くそ！くそー！
バトラ様。
甘かった。分かってた。島からは逃げられない以上、犯人は必ず近くにいたんだ。ならどうしてすぐに警戒しなかったんだ。甘えてた。犯人ってやつは罪を犯したらこそこそと逃げて隠れてるもんだと思い込んでた。
I was naive. I knew it. Since the culprit couldn't escape the island, they were definitely close by. So why didn't I get cautious sooner? I was naive. I just assumed that a culprit would commit their crime and then just sneak away and hide.
あの時の僕たちは動転してた。ジェシカちゃんが怒りに身を任せて駆け出すのも仕方がないことだと思ってた。でも甘かったんだ。止めるべきだった。
We were stunned then. We thought Jessica-chan giving in to rage and running off was just something that couldn't be helped. But we were naive. We should have stopped her.
幸田さん、どうしてジェシカちゃんたちを放ってきちゃったの？あなたが一緒にいてくれたらこんなことには。
Goda-san, why did you leave those two alone? If only you had been with them, something like this.
いえ、それは私は危険ですから戻りましょうと言いました。ただお嬢様は一人になりたいと申しまして、カノンさんが自分に任せてほしいと言いまして、それを言ったら、カノンさんはどこへ？
No, that is, I said it was dangerous, so we should return. It's just that Milady said that she wanted to be alone. Canon-san told me to leave it to him, and... Speaking of which, where is Canon-san?
そうだ。カノン君は一体。
That's right. What in the world happened to Canon-kun? Okay, so Jessica's marked. Canon is not marked, but he's grayed out. Let's see, Jessica found in her own room in the mansion with a weapon shaped like a stake rammed into her back. Finally, the very at the very end, she got to be with the person she loved. She must have been happy. Oof. Kinzo was grayed out on episode 1 when he disappeared too. Speaking of which, he's probably dead by now. Canon. The witch erased his corpse for fun. Oh, okay, it's just gone. That alone caused an incredible uneasiness among the survivors. If that which exists resides in the human world, then that which does not exist is truly fantasy. Fantasy takes the form of what they fear. Yikes.
カノン君どこに
Canon-kun, where?
カノンさんはお嬢様と一緒にいたはずです。一体どこに？
Canon-san should have been with Milady. Where in the world did he go? In case I'm forgetting, Beatrice said she'd erase Canon because he's furniture and doesn't deserve a corpse. Ah, right, I'd forgotten about that. I know she did something with the corpse. I had thought that she just moved it or something. But I had forgotten that she made it disappear entirely. Hmm.
Masaka, やられたんじゃないだろうな。
You don't think they got him?
静かに。この部屋に誰か隠れているかもしれない。ベッドの下やクローゼットなどを探して。
Quiet. Someone might be hiding in this room. Search under the bed and in the closet. There was a chance that Canon-kun's corpse had been pushed away somewhere. At Rosa-san's order, everyone searched throughout the room together. There wasn't a single human hiding anywhere.
どこにもないぜ。まさか犯人に連れ出されたか。なら早く探し出して助けないと。もたもたしてるとやばいことになるかもしれねえぞ。ローザおばさん、屋敷内を捜索しよう。犯人を探そう。カノン君を助け出そう。
He's nowhere. Could the culprit have taken him out of the room? We'll have to search for him quickly and save him. If we're slow, something awful might happen. Aunt Rosa, let's search all over the mansion. Let's search for the culprit. Let's save Canon-kun. I hope that they don't think that Canon had something to do with this. That would just be... ouch. Although I bet Beatrice would love that.
静かに。
Quiet! Oh dang. When Aunt Rosa yelled at us, we fell instantly silent. He was probably contemplating something. However, what in the world could that be? Aunt Rosa walked around the room as though looking for something, or as though she was collecting her thoughts. Then she found something on the side table by the bed and picked it up.
誰かわかる人。これは何の鍵かしら。
If anyone knows, tell me. Which key is this? Aunt Rosa showed everyone a key with a cute mascot attached to it. Judging from its cute appearance, I didn't doubt that it was Jessica's key, but I had no way of knowing for sure.
おそらくこの部屋のお嬢様のお部屋の鍵でしょう。
It is probably the key to this room, to Milady's room. After hearing that, Aunt Rosa made a point of going outside the door and checking. Without a doubt, it was the key to this room.
どうしてこんなところに置いてあるのかしら。普通、大事な鍵はポケットとかにしまわないかしら。
I wonder why it was set in a place like this. Wouldn't you normally keep such an important key in your pocket?
お嬢様はご自分の部屋に施錠される習慣はあまりただ、学校に行かれる時だけは、旦那様などに勝手に部屋を見られたくないと言って施錠されていたようですが。
Milady wasn't in the habit of locking her door. It seems like she would only do it when she went to school, because she didn't want someone like Kraus-sama to look inside her room.
なるほど。登校してるわけじゃないから、ジェシカちゃんがここに鍵を置くのは自然なこと、ということね。この扉を開けられる鍵はいくつあるの？
I see. She wasn't at school, so it's natural that Jessica-chan would set the key down here. How many keys can open this door?
お嬢様がお持ちの一つだけですが。
Just the one Milady had.
あなたたちのマスターキーでは開けられないの？
Can't it be opened with your master keys?
開けられます。
They can open it. Well, yes, of course they can, because they just opened the door with a master key.
マスターキーは何本あるの？
How many master keys are there?
使用人の人は全員持ってるの？余剰分はある？
Are all of the servants holding them? Are there extras?
はい。私たちは全員が持っています。余剰分はどうでしょう。
Yes, we all have one. As for extras, I wonder.
以前は何本かありましたが、奥様に不用心だと強くお叱りを受けまして、対応が取られたはずです。
There used to be several, but Madam scolded us harshly, saying that that was careless, so they should have been dealt with.
そうです。私たち使用人が一本ずつ持つのみです。それ以外は存在しません。
That is correct. There is only one held by each servant. There are no more. Wow.
ん？
That was it detective time?
ちょいと待て。確か、前回のゲームじゃ、マスターキーには余剰分があるって話じゃなかったのか？
Hmm? Wait a sec. I think we talked about extra master keys in the last game, right?
それについてだがな、所在不明のマスターキーが何本もあっては、わらわにあまりに不利であることに気づいたのだ。
ベアトリーチ
Oh my. Indeed. Well, regarding that, I have noticed that having several master keys whose locations are unknown is quite disadvantageous for me. Nice emote. Yeah, they got some fun ones.
そりゃそうだろうよ。密室で俺に魔法を信じさせたいお前にとっちゃ、想定外のマスターキーは非常に不利だろうよ。何しろ俺は、施錠に関するトリックが登場するたびに、過去に紛失したマスターキーや、その複製を犯人が所持していてって論法で対抗していくつもりだったからよ。
That's probably right. Since you want to make me believe in magic using closed rooms, it'd really hurt you if there were more master keys than we thought. After all, every time a trick involving locks shows up, I plan to resist by arguing that the culprit had a master key that someone lost in the past, or duplicate.
そうよ、その通り。だから、そこを崩す一手を打たせてもらうことにした。設定を変更する。
Yes, that's correct. So I've decided to make a move to defeat that. I'll update our setting.
マスターキーは使用人たちがそれぞれ持つ一本のみ。
The only master keys are the ones held by the servants. One key each.
ふざけやがって。
Said it in red.
それより、こりゃどういう手なんだ？ローザおばさんは何を言っているんだ？
Messing with me. More importantly, what kind of move is this? What's Aunt Rosa talking about? She's gonna blame Canon, isn't she?
さあな。話に耳を傾けてみるがよかろう。
Who knows? You should try listening in.
ありがとう。状況が整理できたわ。そしてジェシカちゃんを襲った犯人、あるいはその一味の一人を特定できた。
Don't you dare. Thank you. I have the situation sorted out. And I've been able to pinpoint the culprit who assaulted Jessica-chan, or at least one of their accomplices.
なんだって。それは誰だよ。
What did you say? Who is it?
まさかローザおばさんはカノン君のことを言ってるんじゃないでしょうね。
Aunt Rosa, you don't mean Canon-kun, do you?
カノン君がどうしてですか？
Hey there, Gelisandro. Roastery. What? Oh my. Why, Canon-kun.
この部屋は施錠されていたわ。
Rosa, how dare you? Rosa, oh, Rosa treats it. Oh my.
そしてこの部屋に施錠できる鍵は使用人のみんなが持っているマスターキーと、でもジェシカちゃんの鍵はここに閉じ込められていた。ということは施錠できたのはマスターキーしかありえない。
Yamete Rosa-san, yeah. This room was locked, and the only keys that can unlock it are the master keys held by each servant and the key Jessica had. But Jessica-chan's key, was closed up in here, which means it's only possible that one of the master keys locked this room up. Well, I mean, you don't have proof that it's canon. You only know that he's missing.
おっしゃる通りです。
It is as you say. Yamete.
となれば誰かがジェシカちゃんを殺し、そして施錠したことになる。
And I mean, like, isn't there blood from canon? Or is that supposed to have disappeared as well?
その人物はマスターキーを持っていたわ。
And there was a scuffle in the room.
そしてマスターキーを持っていた人物は5人しかいない。
In that case, someone killed Jessica, then locked the door. That person had a master key. And there are only 5 people with master keys. What if it was Kumasawa? Because Kumasawa's been missing for a while. Oh. Or maybe somebody stole her key.
そんな。私ではありませんよ、私では。
I like how Kumasawa answers right after that.
そんなことできません。
Oh my, it wasn't me, not me. No, I could never do such a thing.
熊沢さんは朝が遅かった。私たちが礼拝堂から客間に戻ってきて、そこで会ったわけだけど、それまでの間、あなたがどこで何をしていたかは証明不能。物陰から私たちを伺っていて、孤立したジェシカちゃんたちの後を追い、こっそり襲いかかった。
Anyway. Kumasawa-san got up late. After we returned from the chapel to the parlor, we did meet you there, but it's impossible to prove where you were and what you were doing until that time. You watched from the shadows, chased after Jessica-chan and Canon-kun where they were isolated, and stealthily attacked them. Wait, so is she saying that it was Kumasawa instead of Canon?
私がお嬢様のところを訪れて こんなむごいことをしたとおっしゃるのですか。あんまりにございます。あんまりですとも。
Are you saying I visited Milady's room and did something so horrible? I did no such thing. Yes, no such thing.
ゴーダさんだってどうです？あなたはカノン君にジェシカちゃんを任せて帰ってきたと言ったわ。でも本当なのかしら。本当は2人を殺してカノン君の死体を隠して、それで何食わぬ顔で戻ってきたんじゃないのかしら。
Okay, she's just blaming everybody now. What about you, Goda-san? You said you left Jessica-chan in Kanon-kun's room, Kanon-kun's care and returned. But I wonder if that's true. Maybe you actually killed the two of them, hit Kanon-kun's corpse, and then came back with an innocent look on your face. Rosa, I'm gonna need you to put down the gun.
そんなことはありません。このゴーダ、誓ってそのようなことはいたしません。
Nothing of the sort happened. I, Goda, swear that I did not do anything like that.
私たちでもありません。私たちは親方様のご命令で。
It wasn't us. We were following the master's orders and...
ええ、あなたと源氏さんについてだけは大丈夫よ。お父様から聞いた話でそれは裏付けられてる。2人はお父様の部屋でずっと筆行と立ち会いをしていた。お父様と私が保証するわ。
Yes, you and Genji-san alone are clean. That's backed up by what I heard from Father. The two of you were in Father's room the whole time, transcribing and witnessing for him. Father and I can guarantee that.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
こうなれば郷田さんと熊沢さんのどちらかが怪しいという論法になると思うの。私もこの部屋に入った最初はそう思った。でもね、おかしいと思ったの。ジェシカちゃんの遺体の様子を見て。みんなはおかしいと思わない？
In that case, the argument becomes who is more suspicious, Goda-san or Kumasawa-san. I thought that myself right after entering this room. But still, I found it strange. Look at the state of Jessica-chan's body. Doesn't everyone think it's strange? Wait, are we going back to blaming Canon?
おかしいと言われますと？
Strange, you say?
ジェシカちゃんは背中を刺されてるの。ほら、よく一般的に言うでしょ。背中を刺された事件は顔見知りが犯人の可能性が高いって。部屋に気を許せないような人を招き入れて背中を無防備にさらしたりなんか絶対にしない。
Jessica-chan was struck in the back. Come on, they say it all the time, right? That in crimes where the victim is struck in the back, there's a high likelihood that the culprit was someone whose face was known to the victim. She definitely wouldn't invite a person she didn't trust into her room and defenselessly expose her back. He's gonna blame Canon.
まさかローザ様はそれをカノン君だとおっしゃるんですか？
Rosa-sama, you don't mean to say that that was Canon-kun, do you?
ええ、
Darn it, Rosa.
私たちは殺される直前のジェシカちゃんの様子をよく知ってる。両親の無残な遺体を見てジェシカちゃんはかなりパニックを起こしてたわ。そしてその後に冷静を取り戻しひどく落ち込んだだろうことは容易に想像がつく。
I do. We're all fully aware of the state Jessica-chan was in right before she was killed. After seeing her parents' tragic bodies, Jessica-chan was very panicked. It's very easy to imagine that after she regained her composure, she'd be in a horrible slump.
そんなジェシカちゃんが一人で部屋に閉じこもったという心理はとても理解できるの。そしてこの辺りの経緯は郷田さんの話とも一致するわ。
It would be very understandable if Jessica's frame of mind led her to shut herself alone in her room. And those particulars match with Goda-san's story. I think this will eventually be disproved because the Order of the Twilights. Still, I do not like that she's blaming canon. Honestly, I could see from her point of view that it would make sense. But at the same time, I hate it. Because, I mean, Jessica died trying to protect canon. Hashtag the struggle. Viewer problems. Or reader problems, whatever.
一人にしてくれと言ったジェシカちゃん。そして年も近く思春期の関係もあったかもしれないカノン君が自分に任せてほしいと言った気持ち、本当によくわかるの。
Jessica-chan said to leave her alone. Then Canon-kun, who's of a similar age, and who may have some adolescent relationship with her, said to leave this matter in his hands. That feeling is also very understandable.
そしてだからこそカノン君をジェシカちゃんは部屋に迎え入れたと思うの。
So for that reason, I think Jessica-chan welcomed Canon-kun into her room.
でも郷田さんや熊沢さんだったらどうかしら。部屋に入れてもらえたかしら。
But what if it had been Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Would she have let them into her room?
私はお嬢様に信頼を得ていたと信じています。ではありますが、その
I believe that I have gained Milady's trust. But even so,
なら郷田さんもやはり容疑者の一人ね。
Rosa, put down the gun. What the heck? Goda, please. Yeah. Goda's trying to push the blame to other people and being like, oh yeah, I'm trustworthy. Like, I don't like how Goda sort of blamed Canon before they even had this idea. Expression on Rosa, so smug. She's so happy to be wrong. Man, like, she raised the gun, so she's pointing this at Goda. Please do not point the gun at someone randomly, Rosa. Put down the gun, please. Or better yet, give the gun to somebody else.
郷田さんは多分ジェシカちゃんには好かれてないと思ってたから、ナーバスなジェシカちゃんは部屋に入れなかったと思う。だから犯人ではありえないって思ったんだけど。
Oh, then I guess you're still a suspect after all, Goda-san. I assume Jessica-chan probably didn't like you very much, so I didn't think she would have let you into her room. I was convinced that you couldn't possibly be the culprit, but maybe I was mistaken. Rosa aim on Maria. And then she'd be like, this is an issue between parent and child. Stay out of my way. Oh, Rosa.
いえ、残念ながらお嬢様にはお認めいただけていなかったかもしれません。熊沢さんはどうですか？
No, I'm sad to say that I may not have been accepted by Milady. What about you, Kumasawa-san?
私どもね、長組は年が離れすぎていて、 お嬢様のような若い方の気持ちはなかなか汲み取れません。お嬢様も私たちに心は開かなかったでしょうとも。ねえ、ゴーダさん。
Oh, we are far too separated by age to understand the feelings of a young person like Milady very well. And for the same reason, perhaps Milady never opened her heart up to us. Right, Goda-san?
ええ、そうです。私たちではとても心を開かなかったでしょう。長身のお嬢様が私たちを部屋に入れてくれたわけなどありません。
Yes, that's right. It would have been quite difficult for her to open her heart to the likes of us. And it would be inconceivable for Milady to let us into her room when she was grieving. Goda-san and Kumasawa-ba-chan each rubbed their hands together, affirming each other with forced smiles on their faces. It was a truly unpleasant rondo. Yes, very.
昇進のジェシカちゃんが部屋に入ることを許した人物、無防備な背中を許した人物、そしてその人物はマスターキーを持っていた。それらが示すのは一人、カノン君しかありえないのよ。
Darn it, Rosa. So it was a person who might be allowed to enter Jessica Chan's room when she was grieving. A person who might have been given access to her defenseless back, and who had a master key. That only points to one suspect. It was impossible for anyone except Canon-kun.
待ってください。カノン君は決してそんなことは。
Please wait. Canon-kun definitely wouldn't do something like...
あら、じゃあ他に誰が？やっぱり幸田さんか熊沢さんが怪しいの？シャノンちゃんはどっちが疑わしいと思う？ねえ。
Oh, then is there someone else? Is Goda-san or Kuwasawa-san suspicious after all? Who do you think is more suspicious, Shannon-chan? Come on. Someone really needs to take that gun away from Rosa.
私はそんな。
I could never.
私ではありませんよ、シャノンさん。私ではありませんとも。
And they're just tripping over each other to say it's not them. It wasn't me, Shannon-san. Yes, it was not me.
もちろん私でもありません。お嬢様と仲が良かったのはカノンさんと、あとシャノンさんじゃありませんか。
Of course, it wasn't me either. The ones who had close relationships with Milady were Canon-san, and after him, you, right? To be fair, you'd be scared of Rosa too. You have a point.
ああ、そうだったわね。シャノンちゃんならジェシカちゃんも部屋に入れてくれるかもしれない。でもあなたはお父様のところにいたはず。でも実はあなたが犯人なの。
Yeah, isn't that right? Jessica-chan might also let Shannon-chan into her room. You were supposedly with Father, but in reality, could you be the culprit? Rosa, you just vouched for Shannon and well, now I can't think of his name. I'm blanking. Genji. Yeah, she just vouched for Shannon and Genji earlier when they entered the room. She is not in her right mind.
シャノンが犯人のわけはない。おじい様のところで大切な用事をしていたとさっき言ったはず。
Shannon couldn't be the culprit. Didn't you just say she was doing some important work with grandfather?
ええ、わかってる。シャノンちゃんとゲンジさんは犯人じゃない。ずっと一緒にいたとお父様も認めてる。さて、みんなはどう考えるかしら。
Yes, I know. Neither Shannon-chan nor Genji-san is the culprit. Father confirmed that they were together the whole time. Well then, what do you think, everyone? Well then, why would you... What? What is your thought process, Rosa? What? After being told that, no one could respond. Even if someone did manage to argue back, then they'd have to offer the name of a different suspect. No matter who the suspect was, it would have to be someone right there. No one could do something like that. Aunt Rosa glanced at everyone in turn, fingering the gun like it was a toy. Yes, excuse the dog. She gets upset at random things every now and then. She seemed so different from the kind Aunt Rosa I knew. No, it's probably because I'm not fully aware of the danger we're in. Maybe Aunt Rosa's attitude would seem natural if I could truly sense the peril surrounding us. No, it's not really natural, no.
意見はないよね。じゃあ私の意見を言うわ。
It looks like no one has an opinion. Then I'll give you mine.
カノン君が死体なき犠牲者である可能性はもちろん否定できない。
Is that whoosh sound in the background, Lolo?
でも死体が見つからない限り、カノン君が容疑者である可能性も全く否定できないわ。ひょっとすると、カノン君は犯人に襲われてどこかに監禁されていたというような口実で、ひょっこりと現れるかもしれない。
Of course, I can't deny the possibility that Cannon-kun's a victim without a corpse. But until we find that corpse, I certainly can't rule Cannon-kun out as the suspect. There's a chance he'll suddenly appear again, claiming to have been attacked by the culprit and confined somewhere.
でも用心して。多分おそらく。いや、確実ね。カノン君がジェシカちゃんを殺した。
But take care. Most likely, no, there's no doubt about it. Cannon-kun killed Jessica-chan. Are you sure about that?
バカな。
No way.
私には信じられません。カノン君がお嬢様をなんて。あんまりです。
I can't believe it. Cannon did that? To Milady? That's too much.
僕もシャノンに同じだよ。カノン君が犯人だと決めつけることには反対だ。
I feel the same as Shannon. I'm opposed to labeling Cannon-kun as the culprit.
なら、郷田さんと熊沢さん、どっちが犯人なの？怪しい方を教えて。
Then is the culprit Goda-san or Kumasawa-san? Tell me who's more suspicious. Rosa. Oh my goodness, chill. You have no proof whatsoever. Like, someone could have stolen the key. Have you checked if everyone has their keys? Maybe somebody stole Cannon's key. Like, bruh. These are not the only options. You're just not thinking.
私たちではありません。
It wasn't us. Like, just because she got stabbed in the back, it has to be Cannon, really? Or somebody they knew? Really?
カノン君じゃなくてこの扉を施錠できるのは誰なの？シャノンちゃん？ジョージ君？ねえ。ねえねえねえ。
If it wasn't Cannon-kun, then who could have locked this door? How about it, Shannon-chan? George-kun? Huh? 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 Literally anyone who took Cannon's key. Oh my goodness, lady. Aunt Rosa closed in on Shannon and George Anarchy, laughing unpleasantly. Of course, they couldn't say anything back. They wanted to believe in Cannon-kun. But if they did, they'd have to suspect the other servants. Slightly unhinged, just a tad. The simplest culprit was the mystery guest, Beatrice. She was nothing more than a guest and didn't have a master key. So if Beatrice is the culprit, despite lacking a master key, then do we have to accept the argument that she really is a witch who locked the door with the power of magic?
汚ねえ論法だ。汚ねえ。汚ねえ。
It's a dirty argument. Dirty. So dirty.
何を悩む。わらわのせいにしてしまえ。19人目の謎の来客のせいにすればよいではないか。そうすれば人間どもの醜い押し付け合いを見ずに済むぞ。
What are you worried about? Make it my fault. You can just make it the fault of the 19th person, the mystery guest, right? If you do, you won't have to watch this ugly battle of humans blaming each other, right?
つまりなんだよ。犯人は19人目の来客、ベアトリーチェ。こいつは魔女だから、マスターキーがなくても魔法で施錠できたと。そいつを認めろってのかよ。ふざけるな。ふざけるな、ふざけるな。
So then what? The culprit is the 19th person, the guest Beatrice? She's a witch, so she could lock the door without a key using magic. Are you telling me to accept that? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it!
前回のゲームでお前の弱点は知り尽くしているさ。さあどうするどうする。お前はわらわを絶対に認めないのだったな。ならカノンというちょうどいい生贄を使えばよい。
In the last game, I learned all of your weak points. So what will you do? What will you do? You said you definitely wouldn't accept me, right? Then you can use Canon as the perfect sacrifice he is.
カノンがジェシカを殺した。ローザの説を支持すればこの場は丸く収まるぞ。カノンはもう死んでいるのだ。死者に気遣う必要などあるまい。そしてこの場にいる誰も疑わずに済む。
Cannon killed Jessica. If you support Rose's theory, everything is settled here, right? Cannon is already dead. There should be no need to show concern for the dead. And you wouldn't have to suspect anyone in this room.
ちくしょう！お前を認めたりはしない。でもカノン君が犯人だなんてそんなことはありえない。
Damn it. I won't accept you. But Cannon-kun being the culprit is impossible. Wow, wow, wow.
私は誰も疑いたくはありません。しかし疑わしきは黒ということもあるにはあります。とにかく用心するに越したことはないでしょうな。
I don't want to suspect anyone. However, at times, there's no smoke without fire turns out to be true. Anyway, you can never be too cautious.
南條先生、それはどういう意味ですか？
Dr. Nanjo, what do you mean by that?
その勘違いしないでください。 私はカノンさんを犯人だと決めつけたいわけじゃない。しかし事情がわかるまでカノンさんが犯人の可能性もあると、そう思っておいた方が安全だというのです。
Please do not misunderstand. I do not wish to label Canon-san as the culprit. However, until we understand the situation, there is a possibility that he's the culprit. I believe thinking that way is safer.
そうですわね。用心はしてしすぎることはありませんもの。
Oh, yes, that's right. You cannot be too cautious. The general consensus certainly didn't seem to find fault with Nanjo for what he said. True, no one actually thought Canon was the culprit. But unless they suspected him, they'd have to suspect one of the servants here. We didn't want to do that. We didn't want to suspect. We didn't want to be suspected.
それで正解よ。
No one actually thought Canon was the culprit. Or, yeah, well, Rosa might disagree.
警戒してしすぎるということはない。それについて異論はないわね。
That's correct. We cannot be too vigilant. I take it no one objects to that, right?
いい？この殺人事件にはお父様の黄金伝説が関わっている可能性がとても高い。だとすれば数百億円の莫大な黄金を独り占めしようと企む何者かの犯行に違いない。それだけのお金が手に入ればどこの国でも生涯遊んで暮らせるわ。そのためなら私たちを皆殺しにすることだってあるかもしれない。
Understand? There's a very high likelihood that these murders are connected to Father's legend of the gold. That means the crime must have been plotted by someone who wants to keep a vast amount of gold, worth several 10 billion yen, all for themselves. With that kind of money, you could play around for the rest of your life in any country. And with a motivation like that, they might even intend to kill all of us.
マスターキーを持っていないという理由でジェシカちゃん殺しについてだけは19人目の来客ベアトリーチェを容疑者から外した。でも事件に関わってないとは言えないわ。何しろ莫大な黄金ですもの。犯人は複数人いる可能性だって否定できない。今この瞬間この中に犯人に買収されている人間が混じっているかもしれない。
Because she didn't have a master key, the 19th person, the guest Beatrice, is removed from suspicion for the murder of Jessica-chan alone. But we cannot conclude that she's unrelated to the crime. After all, it's a vast amount of gold we're talking about. We can't deny the possibility that there are multiple culprits. Right now, one of the people here among us might have been bought by the culprit.
Among us.
As Aunt Rosa yelled, she looked all around, her gun still raised. Is that thing loaded? Don't believe anyone. Suspect the person next to you. That's what she was saying. But no one wanted to suspect. They didn't want to suspect anyone here. That weakness in their hearts demanded an answer from those not present.
容疑者でないと信じることができるのは2つしかない。自分自身と、そして死体になったものだけよ。それはカノン君も同じ。
There are only two ways you can be sure someone isn't a suspect. If it's yourself, or if they're already no more than a corpse. The same goes for Canon-kun.
死体が見つからない限り、彼はジェシカちゃん殺しの最有力容疑者なのよ。だから用心して。もし生きてたとしても、何かの理由を取り繕っても、絶対に信用しちゃダメよ。いいわね。
Until we catch sight of his corpse, he is the most likely suspect in Jessica Chan's murder. So take care. Even if he's still alive, even if he smooths things over with some explanation, you definitely mustn't trust him. Got it? Ah, flashback. No one gave an answer of their own initiative. However, those who had met Aunt Rosa's eyes had to nod their heads. Humans are beings who live by molding themselves to fit society. In other words, from the time they're born, trusting each other is genetically imprinted on them. It's unpleasant to go against that. They never want to suspect someone, but if they're forced to suspect someone, they find it safest to choose someone who isn't present at that moment. For the purpose of safety and nothing more, they half-heartedly chose Canon to be the sacrifice. That's ridiculous. I definitely don't want to believe that Canon-kun is the culprit. I'd heard it from George Aniki just now, but not only were those two close in age, they also had that kind of adolescent relationship Aunt Rosa had mentioned. It may be a little late now, but yes, they really did have that kind of air about them. After seeing her parents' tragic corpses, Jessica, bearing deep wounds in her heart, would only have trusted Canon-kun. It was very easy to imagine. And that's why I don't like it. Canon-kun was the only one she trusted, so she wouldn't have let anyone but Canon-kun in. So Canon-kun was the only one who could have killed Jessica? I just can't accept that kind of argument.
わかった。カノン君がもし現れても油断しないで。カノン君の無実を証明できない限り、私たちはジェシカちゃん殺しの犯人をカノン君だと仮定します。
Understand? Even if Canon-kun appears, don't let your guards down. As long as we cannot prove Canon-kun's innocence, we will assume that Canon-kun is the culprit who killed Jessica-chan. That was Aunt Rosa's claim. By using the vague word assume, she managed to convince everyone in the end. Everyone nodded weakly, with the excuse that they were just assuming it for the time being. They concluded that Canon was the culprit who had killed Jessica. I wonder what the dead Jessica and Canon would think if they could hear this exchange. Oh, they'd be furious. Jessica was crying. He was crying into the chest of the person who had put his life on the line to fight for her, Canon. It was frustrating. So frustrating that it felt like her chest would explode. She grieved and resented how far the dignity of the dead had been trampled. How can those guys treat Canon-kun like the culprit? Okay, yes, but also, how are you here? Or is this just Battler's imagination?
死体がないからです。
Because there's no corpse.
死体がないとなんで犯人扱いなんだよ。カノン君は私のために命がけで戦ってくれたんだぜ。それであの魔女に戯れに死体を消されて、それで犯人はカノン君だなんてひどいぜ。ひどすぎる。
How can they treat you like the culprit just because there's no corpse? You risked your life to fight for me, right? Then that which erased the corpse for fun. For them to call you the culprit after that, it's horrible. It's too horrible.
いいんです。結局守りきれなかったけれど、最後にお嬢様のお役に立てたのですから。
It's okay. I wasn't able to protect you in the end, but I was able to be of use to you in our final minutes.
それをどうしてみんな分かってくれないんだよ。やめろローザおばさん。そんなめちゃくちゃな推理でカノン君を犯人だなんて決めつけるな。
Why doesn't everyone understand that? Stop it, Aunt Rosa. Don't call Canon-kun the culprit with that messed up logic.
犯人だとは言ってません。疑わしいと。いえ、用心しようと。そういう話ですから。
She isn't saying that I'm the culprit. She's just saying I'm suspicious. No, she's saying to be careful.
言ってるよ。こいつらはカノン君が犯人だということにしてきっと思考を停止する。もう私を殺した犯人が誰かなんて考えないよ。カノン君が犯人でない可能性なんて考えないよ。そしてこの後も何かあるたびに行方不明のカノン君の仕業にして言い訳を繰り返す。私はそんなの耐えられないよ。
She is saying it. These people are saying that you're the culprit so they can stop thinking. They aren't thinking about who the culprit who killed me is anymore. They aren't thinking of the possibility that you aren't the culprit. And after this, every time something happens, they'll use the excuse that Canon-kun did it, since we don't know where he is. I can't stand that.
いいんです。お嬢様だけは真実を知っています。
It's okay. At least you know the truth.
私だけが知ってたって意味がないんだよ。死んで分かった。真実ってのは生きてる人間のものだ。真実が残らなかったら死者は報われない。何のためにカノン君が命を懸けたのか分かんなくなっちゃう。
If only I know the truth, that's pointless. I know it after dying. Truth belongs to living humans. If the truth doesn't remain, the dead won't be rewarded. They won't know what Canon-kun risked his life for. Okay, yeah, so this isn't Battler's imagination. Like, did Beatrice put them in spectator mode? Wow.
実に愉快な見物よ。死者の嘆きほど甘い蜜も珍しい。
Truly a splendid sight. You hardly ever find a sweeter honey than the laments of the dead.
嘆け嘆け。そなたがいくら嘆こうとも、死者の声は決して聖者には届かぬ。
Lament, lament. No matter how much you lament, the voices of the dead never reach the living.
畜生、畜生。
Come on, Battler, say something.
誰でもいい。私の声を聞いてくれ。カノン君は犯人なんかじゃない。カノン君は死体を消されただけなんだ。どうしてそれが分かんないんだよ。
Damn it! Damn it! Doesn't matter who. Hear my voice. Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Canon-kun's corpse was just erased. Why? Why don't you understand that? Okay, well, it would be very hard to understand that the corpse was erased. But yeah.
お嬢様。
Lady.
こんなの嫌だ。悲しい。悔しい。これじゃカノン君は殺されそうじゃないか。死者の名誉は聖者が認めなきゃ得られないんだ。誰でもいい。気づいてくれよ。お願いだよ。カノン君は犯人じゃない。行くなよみんな。頼むからそのままで終わりにしない
can't stand this. It's too sad. I hate it. This way, it's like Canon-kun died for nothing, right? The honor of the dead means nothing unless it's acknowledged by the living. Doesn't matter who. Notice it. Notice it, please. Canon-kun isn't the culprit. Don't go, everyone. Please, don't let it end like this. Don't go.
Emotional damage.
Rose announced that this room would be sealed until the police came. The rest didn't want to suspect each other, so they happily accepted that. For now, they accepted that Canon is the culprit. Without even imagining how much disgrace they gave to the dead, they accepted it. In effect? Oh, I accidentally hit the reverb. Whoops. That was right next to the other button. Thank you for pointing that out. Oh my god. I feel like Battler's going to break in and be like, no, I object. But it's killing me waiting for it.
お嬢様、もういいんです。ありがとう。
Lady, you've done enough. Thank you.
行くなよみんな。交渉だよ、戻ってくれ。このまま私たちを残さないで。
Don't go. Don't go, everyone. I'm begging you, come back. Don't leave us behind like this.
カノン君を犯人扱いのままにしないで。
Don't keep treating Canon-kun as the culprit.
届かぬわ。死者の嘆きは決して届かぬ。
It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach.
笑わせる。笑わせるぞ、お前のその顔。
Beatrice! Darn it, Beatrice.
届くと思ってるだろう。届かないんだよ、ジェスカ。
Wait, did I everything? It won't reach. The laments of the dead never reach. You make me laugh. Yes, that face of yours makes me laugh. Did you think your voice would reach them? It won't reach. Will it, Jessica?
全然ダメだな。
Objection! It's all useless.
え、バトラ君、何か言った？
Huh? Battler-kun, did you say something? Here we go. It's protagonist time. Battler be like,
I will send you to Jesus.
ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだな。
無駄無駄。
yeah, it's useless. It's all useless. Just as everyone was about to leave the room, Battler stood alone with his back to them, still looking down at Jessica's corpse.
全然ダメってどういうこと？何か異論でもあるの？
What do you mean it's all useless? You have some objection?
警戒しようって話にだけは賛成する。だがカノン君が犯人ってことにしようって話は悪いが拒否させてもらう。
I agree that we've got to stay on our guards. But sorry, I'm not buying all that about Canon-kun being the culprit.
ほう、ここで食いついてくるとは。カノンが犯人ではなく、しかもわらわの仕業でもないならば、このジェシカの部屋の密室をどう説明する？
Oh? So you're speaking up at a time like this? If Cannon wasn't the culprit, and it wasn't my doing, how do you explain this closed room that Jessica's room has become?
実を言うとそれについてはお手上げだ。まったく俺はどうして全然ダメだなんて言っちまったんだ。
To be honest, I don't even have a clue on that point. Seriously, why'd I have to go and say it's all useless?
自分の言動には責任を持たねえとな。理論武装ゼロの都市空間だがな、俺はこれ以上指を加えてないぜ、ベアトリーチェ。
Guess I'd better take responsibility for my own words. I'm empty-handed with zero weapons to argue with, but I'm not gonna sit around on the sidelines anymore, Beatrice.
バトラー様。
Battler, please. I mean, come on, Battler. You've just been standing there silent the whole time. You gotta have something up your sleeve.
カノン君が犯人ではないという証拠でもあるのかい？
Is there some proof that Canon-kun isn't the culprit? The expression that rose to those two faces was definitely one of anticipation. They didn't want to believe that Canon was the culprit. They really believed in Canon. So they were expectant because they wanted me to strengthen their belief in him even more.
ならバトラ君は他の使用人の誰を疑うの？郷田さん？それとも熊沢さん？
Then Battler-kun, which of the other servants do you suspect? Goda-san? Or is it Kumasawa-san?
よせよ、ローザおばさん。俺は熊沢のばあちゃんという人をよく知ってる。たまに仕事をサボってたりするが、いつだって人を楽しくさせようとする人だ。たとえ金に目がくらんだとしても殺しだけはする人じゃねえ。
What did Aunt Rosa? I know the person called Kumasawa-chan well. She'll sometimes slack off while on the job, but she always makes things fun for people. Even if her eyes were dazzled by money, she isn't the kind of person who'd kill for it.
バトラーさん。
そして郷田さんとは俺は昨日会ったばかりだ。正直この人のことはまだよく理解していない。だが分かったことがある。
And I just met Goda-san yesterday. Honestly, I still don't really understand him, but there is something I do understand.
私は
こんなに楽しそうに飯を作る人を俺は見たことがない。同じなんだよ。熊沢のばあちゃんと同じだ。郷田さんは人を喜ばせるのが好きな人なんだ。
I've never seen anyone who cooks as happily as he does. He's the same as Kumasawa Ba-chan. Goda-san likes to make people happy.
そんな人が自分の飯をうまいと褒めてくれた人、たとえ金を積まれたって殺すもんか。
As if a person like that could kill those who praise his own food as delicious, even if money was piled up in front of him.
ならバトラ君は誰がジェシカちゃんを殺したというの？マスターキーでしか施錠できないこの部屋に 誰がジェシカちゃんを閉じ込めたというの？
Then who do you think killed Jessica-chan, Battler-kun? Who do you think shut Jessica up in a room that could only be locked by a master key?
待ちな。それを論じる前に俺ははっきりさせておく。誰々が犯人でないなら誰々が犯人という話がしたいんじゃない。俺は単にカノン君が犯人だということは断じてありえないという話がしてだけなんだ。
Wait, before I argue about that, there's something I want to make clear. I don't want to talk about if so-and-so is not the culprit, then so-and-so must be the culprit. I just want to talk about how it's completely impossible for Kanon-kun to be guilty. Say it again in red. Fine, we need to get rid of this body. Hmm.
犯人がカノンではないということを立証できるというのだな。どうやって？
You say you can prove the Canon isn't the culprit? How?
実に簡単なことさ。危うく見落とすところだったぜ。ベアト。
It's actually simple. It's something I almost overlooked. Beato.
副将要求。言えるもんなら言ってみろ。カノン君はマスターキーを持っていた。
Repeat it. If you can say it, try saying it. Kanon-kun had a master key on him.
ほう。
カノン君はマスターキーを持っていない？どうしてそんなことがわかるの？
Kanon-kun doesn't have a master key on him. How could you possibly know that?
さっき俺はゴーダさんに話を聞いた。カノン君と別れる直前、ジェシカが貴賓室に殴り込みに行ったってあたりの話だ。
A short while ago, I heard from Goda-san about what happened. About how Jessica went to raid the VIP room right before she and Kanon-kun went off on their own.
ゴーダさん、あんたはちゃんと覚えてたよ。あんたはカノン君の名誉を守った。
Goda-san, you did a good job of remembering it. You protected Kanon's honor.
私がですか？
I did? Could have remembered this detail too. Just finding out about culprits. Reminds you of another game. Well, right now, they're just trying to figure out, or rather, Battler's trying to prove that Kanon didn't do it. I mean, in general, we're trying to find out how a person could do it that isn't a witch, doesn't have anything to do with magic. I could have remembered this detail too. Yeah, I forgot that detail. But still, if the only thing is about who locked up, then it could literally be anyone. Very small detail though, yeah.
同じ話は僕も聞いてたよ。でも僕にはよくわからなかった。説明してくれるかい、バトラ君。
I heard him say the same thing, but I don't really understand. Could you explain it, Battler-kun?
そうさ。ジェシカは貴賓室の鍵を開けるとき、カノン君に鍵を借りたが返さなかった。だからカノン君はマスターキーを持っていないんだ。
That's right. When Jessica unlocked the VIP room, she borrowed the key from Kanon-kun, but didn't give it back. So Kanon-kun doesn't have a master key on him. Flashbang.
それはどうかな。確かにゴーダの記憶上ではマスターキーをカノンに返してはいない。しかしゴーダが見ていないところで返したかもしれない。それが絶対になかったとどう証明する？ カノンの死体のポケットを調べればそれは立証できるだろうが、それはできない。証明は不可能だ。
Is that really so? True, Goda has no recollection of the Master Key being returned to canon. However, he might have returned it when Goda wasn't looking. How does that prove that it definitely didn't happen? If you could just search the pocket of Canon's corpse, you'd be able to say for sure, but you can't. It's impossible to prove.
全然ダメだな。実に簡単なことじゃねえか。
無駄無駄。
It's all useless. It's actually pretty simple, isn't it?
そんな。それじゃあカノン君は鍵を持ってなかったというの？
No way. So you're saying that's why Kanon-kun didn't have a key on him? Out of curiosity, what happens if you don't solve the murder? Well, I do nothing. I just watch. There's no way to interact. It's just we're basically reading a book with pictures. That's a visual novel for you usually. I mean, some visual novels have stuff that you can do, but this one doesn't really. I mean, one way or another, things will get solved in the end. Just don't know how. This is only episode 2 out of 8. Although, theoretically, if Battler was not able to solve this, then he'd be pretty much forced to say that yes, magic exists, I guess, which would lose him the game that he's playing against Beatrice the Witch. Don't know any, or no, you don't do anything. Just curious about what would happen. Yeah. So right now, basically, Battler is playing a game against the witch Beatrice. They're watching from some other dimension as this goes on, and Battler is trying to prove that everything that has happened can be done without magic. He's denying Beatrice's existence, and Beatrice is trying to make Battler say that yes, there is magic, and that he acknowledges Beatrice. Don't know what would happen if Battler loses. Maybe eternal torture. Oh yeah, probably eternal torture, because Beatrice's special power is to kill someone repeatedly for eternity, I believe. Something along those lines. So that probably would happen, yes. Like, there are more than just Beatrice as a witch. We've seen Bernkastel. Other witches have been mentioned. But yeah, Beatrice has the power to kill someone repeatedly for eternity. Bernkastel has the power to... yeah, the power... Something like the power to succeed as long as the chance is not 0. And then there's another one that was mentioned. I can't remember her name, but she fought Bernkastel, and her power was basically the opposite, which is... Wait. What was that one again? I forget. It was like the opposite of Bernkastel's power. I forget how you do that. Lambda Delta, yeah, that was the one. Inside the game, well, if they don't solve the murder, then there's a murderer around. Yep, that too. So he would die infinitely, suffering endless pain. Basically, yes. Oh, right. Yeah, Lambda Delta has the power to make anything almost certain. There's always a small chance with Bernkastel and Lambda Delta, but Lambda Delta can make anything almost certain, and Bernkastel can succeed as long as the chance is not 0. Or is it almost certainly succeed if the chance is not? Something like that. It's very close to that. So they sort of cancel each other out, and they had this really long battle that we didn't see and is just mentioned. But those are their special powers. It's a little confusing. I'm sure we'll see more of it in future episodes. All of this is not really relevant right now, but it is fun to discuss. Okay. Did I read this? No way. So you're saying that's why Canon-kun didn't have a key on him?
Ah.
You heard the next Guardian Trails update is most likely to be Transcensions for Faye, May, and Karina? Oh boy, I gotta stock up on those gems. The ones to ascend to heroes. You're saying related to the murders? Yeah.
そしてその証拠はジェシカを調べればわかるはずだ。ジェシカのポケットにカノン君のマスターキーが入ってるはず。南條先生、調べてくれるか？
Yeah, and to prove it, all you would have to do is search Jessica. Canon-kun's master key should be in Jessica's pocket. Dr. Nanjo, would you check for us? Indeed. Nanjo dashed up to Jessica and searched in her jacket pocket. Everyone was expectant. Pause, champ. Please, be there.
ありましたぞ。これですかな。
Here it is. Is this it?
はい。それがマスターキーです。間違いありません。
Yes, that is a master key, without a doubt. Okay. So the master key is still there. So then, who locked up? And how? At Genji's statement, there was a small ooh of joyful voices.
それがカノン君のマスターキーだ。もう一度言うぜ。
That's Canon-kun's master key. I'll say it again.
カノン君はマスターキーを持っていない。だから施錠できたわけがないんだ。
Canon-kun doesn't have a master key on him, so there's no way he could have locked the door.
確かにそのような。でもカノン君がジェシカちゃんに会った最後の人物なのよ。疑わしいことに変わりはないわ。
Certainly does appear that way. But Canon-kun was the last person to meet Jessica-chan. The fact that he's suspicious hasn't changed.
予想ぜ。そういうの。
Let's give that stuff a rest. Rosa, yeah. No way you could have locked the door. Stealing. Am I a joke to you? Yeah. I mean, somebody must be missing a master key. There's a master key that they couldn't have used. So how did they lock the door?
人間ってのは本来信じ合う生き物のはずだ。なのに世知辛い世の中を生きるために疑り深さを覚えちまう。だから何でも疑っちまう。俺たちは悲しい生き物だな。その差がを俺は否定しねえ。
Fundamentally, humans are supposed to be creatures that trust each other. But because we live in a tough world, we learn how to be deeply suspicious. So we suspect everything. We're sad creatures. I won't deny that's our nature. Oh, so you're saying you suspect the other servants? I don't suspect the other servants. I suspect that somebody lost their key.
だが 証拠なき断定だけは許さない。疑わしきは黒じゃねえ、白だ。もちろん世の中は狼だらけさ。人を不用心に全て信じろとは言わね
The one thing I won't let you do is reach conclusions without proof. If someone looks suspicious, that doesn't make them guilty, it makes them innocent. Of course, the world is filled with wolves. I'm not saying you should carelessly believe everyone.
え。だが黒だと断定するならば完全な証拠を用意しろ。それができない限り絶対に憶測で人を黒だなんて言うんじゃねえ。
If you're gonna conclude that someone's guilty, you'd better have some perfect evidence. Unless you do, don't go around accusing them based on speculation. This is sort of ironic, based on old Japanese courts. For the unaware, old Japanese courts, and I'm not sure if they've fixed this yet, but they were more of guilty until proven innocent instead of innocent until proven guilty. I would hope that's fixed by now.
黒は私の発言ですが、軽率でした。謝ります。
I was the one who brought up there's no smoke without fire. That was careless of me. I apologize.
バトラ様。
見事な推理だよ、バトラ君。ゴーダさんもありがとう。あなたが覚えていてくれたからカノ君の疑いが晴らせました。
Wonderful reasoning, Battler-kun. Thank you too, Goda-san. Because of what you remembered, Kanon-kun's been cleared from suspicion.
いや
No, I... Time for part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Clap, clap, clap. It was the crisp sound of the witch applauding.
お見事お見事。なかなかやるではないか。
Well done, well done. Not a bad job.
やべえな。まんまと餌ごまに引っかかっちまったか。
Crap. Did I fall for that bait piece just like you wanted?
そなたは見事。カノンにだけはこの部屋の扉を施錠できなかったことを証明した。使用人は全員マスターキーを持つはず。それが根拠となり、カノンが犯人扱いとなっていたのだから、少なくともその疑いは見事に晴らせたな。
I wonder if possibly there might not have been extra master keys, but has there been an extra key just to Jessica's room? That's a suspicion of mine. I doubt they're gonna go that way, but putting it out there. You magnificently proved that Canon at least couldn't lock the door to this room. The servants should all have had master keys. With that as proof, Canon was treated as the culprit. But you've at least managed to clear away that suspicion. Sounds like something that should be clarified in red. Yes.
となると、ジェシカを殺した犯人はどうやって扉を施錠したのか。そういう問題になっちまうわけだな。まんまと思い通りの展開に引き込まれちまったぜ。
In that case, how did the culprit who killed Jessica lock the door? So that's the problem we have now. I got drawn into exactly the flow you wanted.
かかったな。しかもそなたは他の使用人たちを誰も疑わないなどと大それたことを言ってしまった。さーて、どう言い作ろうのか見ものよ。
I got you, didn't I? Furthermore, you said something outrageous about not doubting any of the other servants. Well then, I can't wait to see how you try to smooth that over.
うるせえぜ。早速始めるぞ。どうせがっつり否定されちまうんだろうが、先にこの部屋が密室であることの定義を確認させてもらうぜ。
Shut up. Let's start right away. You'll probably just deny it anyway, but first let's check the definition of this room as a closed room.
よかろう。まず、隠し扉の類は一切ない。出入りはこの扉からだけだ。扉の施錠はジェシカの鍵が1本と使用人たちが1本ずつ持つマスターキーのみ。2階ではあるが窓から出入りすることも可能だろう。しかし窓は内側から施錠されている。
Very well. First, in red, there are absolutely no types of hidden doors. This door is the only way in or out. The only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys, only one of which is held by each servant. It is on this, or not in red anymore. It is on the second floor, but is probably possible to enter or leave through the window. However, in red, the window is locked from the inside. Yeah. Only way to lock this door is with Jessica's single key or the master keys. A single key. So if she doesn't have another one, that means there are 4 master keys that could have opened, or rather locked, this door. Also, the window doesn't count. I mean, she's saying the window is locked from the inside. So she's saying the window is currently locked, right? I'm going to assume that the window is not part of this. But the wording is a little vague. Like, the window is locked from the inside. Or, well... Wait. No. You still have to lock the door. Oh, yeah. Okay, so the wording is just slightly vague. Like, does it mean the window is currently locked? Or just that it gets locked from the inside and it's not necessarily currently locked? But if you do lock it, it's from the inside. A little clarification there would be nice, but I'm just going to discount the window.
いきなりチェス盤をひっくり返させてもらうぜ。
You just lock the door with Jessica's key from the inside if you leave through the window. Yeah. It's all a matter, well, with the window. Like I said, I think they mean that it's currently locked, which would mean that it would have to be locked the whole time. Or wait. Well, yeah. Wait. Well, I guess there'd be a way. No. No. No, okay. I was gonna say something, but I quickly disproved it to myself.
多分、扉がどうこう、施錠がどうこうって論法から入るのは、お前の手のひらから出ない。
I can spin the chessboard around already. If I start by arguing about the door and the lock, I'll probably be stuck dancing on the palm of your hand.
好きにするがよい。さてさて、 何を復唱すればよいのやら。
Do as you like. Well then, what should I repeat?
復唱要求。カノン君はこの部屋で殺された。
Repeat it. Canon-kun was killed in this room.
うん。カノンはこの部屋で殺された。死体はわらわが魔法で消したがね。
Very well. Canon was killed in this room. But I erased his corpse with magic, right? Yeah, she can't say anything in red about magic, if I remember correctly. Because that would be sort of cheating.
続けて復唱要求。カノン君の死体はこの部屋にある。
Again, repeat it. Canon-kun's corpse is in this room.
拒否する。復唱はできぬ。なぜなら、死体はわらわが魔法で消したからだ。
I refuse. I can't repeat it. Because I erased the corpse with magic. In that way, it must have been taken out of the room.
そりゃ言わねえよな。そこにどうせ秘密があるに決まってるんだ。くそ。謎の論点はどこなんだ。マスターキーもなく施錠したことなのか。施錠された室内にいる二人をどうやって殺したかなのか。それとも二人を殺しどうやって脱出したかなのか。
Yeah, figures you wouldn't say that. There's gotta be a secret hidden there somewhere. Damn. Where's the mysterious point I've gotta find? Did they lock it without the master key? Or did they somehow kill those two while they were inside the room and it was locked? Or did they kill those two and then somehow escape?
悔しいが外堀から埋めてくしかないぜ。復唱要求。最後の施錠はマスターキーによるものである。
I hate to say it, but I'll have to cover up the moat first. Repeat it. The last time it was locked was due to a master key.
これも拒否する。
I also refuse that. Huh? The last time the door was locked was not from a master key. Hmm.
その拒否ってやつがどうも曖昧だな。復唱不能だから拒否なのか、本当は復唱できるのにわざと拒否してるのかがわからね
え。That's true. This refusing thing is really vague. I don't know if you refuse because it's impossible to repeat, or whether you can repeat it and you're refusing on purpose.
礼拝堂の鍵の時は、そなたにすっかり逆手に取られてしまった。わらわが有利なうちは、わざわざリスクのある赤を使って発言する必要がない。ただそれだけのことよ。
Back when discussing the lock to the chapel, you completely turned the tables on me. When I have an advantage, there's no need to go out of my way to use red when it might be risky. That's all it is. Well then... That feels cheap. It might be risky. Last time was locked due to a master key. Huh.
そうなんだよな。本来赤ってのは俺の陳説をあんたが封じるときに使うもんだったんだよな。
I guess that makes sense. Originally, the point of the red was to counter my strange theories. True, fair enough. Yeah, he's not really making any theories, he's just figuring out details. Okay, that's understandable, I guess. Can't just let him figure out the details by sort of cheating. He has to make his own theory first.
わらわが有利になるように使うのは当然のこと。上げ足を取られるリスクが分かっている以上、無駄には使わぬ。
Naturally, I'll use it in a way that works to my advantage. Now that I know I've got to worry about you twisting it around, I won't use it pointlessly.
さて、次はどういう手で来る？ゴーダや熊沢を疑う手がおそらく一番使いやすいぞ。
Well then, what move will you use next? I imagine a move placing suspicion on Goda or Kumasawa will be easiest, yes?
くそ、誘導されているようでムカつくぜ。しばらく黙ってろ。考える。
Damn. Feels like you're leading me by the nose. Pisses me off. Stay quiet a bit. I'm thinking. Hmm.
もちろん、この扉は礼拝堂の時と同じだ。施錠時にはいかなる方法をもってしても出入りはできぬ。さらに言うと、部屋の外から鍵を使わずに施錠するようなからくりも通用せぬぞ。
Of course, this door is the same as the chapel. When locked, it does not permit any form of entry, in red. I'll say more. Again in red. No trick could have the effect of locking the door from the outside without using a key.
頼まれてねえ時にばかり赤を乱発しやがって。
Damn you for always using red when I don't ask for it. Time to step back to square one. For now, I've just gotta think. I'll lay out everything I know. First, there are two victims. Jessica and Cannon-kun. Cannon-kun's corpse isn't here, but Beatrice admitted in red that Cannon-kun was killed. So even without a corpse, he's included as a victim. There are a few questionable points, and depending on which I focus on, my line of thought changes a lot. First, after the culprit committed murder in this room, how did they lock it? If we assume that the culprit's someone with a master key, it's extremely simple. But I'd like to avoid that if I can, because I'd have to suspect Goda-san or Kumasawa-san, or maybe even Shannon-chan and Genji-san. Wouldn't it have just been a double kill? I mean, it basically was a double kill. It's just he's trying to prove that it wasn't canon and that it could be done by another human, and he doesn't want to pin it on one of the servants or, well, anybody else in the family. It can't be that the both of them killed each other. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Well, Jessica was shot 47 times in the chest, but No, I guess that meme doesn't really work. No, Jessica was stabbed in the back, so it would be hard for her to kill Cannon as well. Yeah, and Cannon's corpse is not there. It's just disappeared. Yeah, and we did see the scene. It was last week, not this week. We saw when they were killed, Beatrice summoned a demon. Or, well, yeah, Beatrice summoned multiple demons, and they were killed by the demons. Yeah. Here, I noticed something. I was contradicting myself. I was strangling my own neck. I want to deny Beatrice no matter what. I want to erase the existence of that brutal, fickle, ridiculous witch. So I have to explain everything with humans, not magic. But that also means suspecting some human. I don't want to suspect anyone. Of course, if there's some clear proof, I'll have to believe that the person in question is the culprit. But until that happens, I don't want to suspect people. Am I just naive? Am I just a kid who doesn't want to have my feelings betrayed when those feelings tell me that this person at least could never commit murder? I want to deny that a witch did it, and I also want to deny that a human did it. I don't even know what I'm doing right now. Answer, Battler is incompetent. Oof.
そもそもそなたとわらわのゲームはわらわの存在を否定できるかどうかだけが勝利の条件だった。それだけでもそなたに不利なゲームなのに、そなたは勝手に勝利条件を増やし、自ら勝利を困難なものとしてしまっている。
In the first place, the only victory condition in our game was whether or not you could deny my existence. Even though that alone put you at a disadvantage, you've increased the number of victory conditions all by yourself, making your own victory harder. Just as she says. If I just argue that someone with a master key did it, this closed room can be broken easily. However, the number of keys that can be opened or that can open this door is limited. And since it's clearly known who has them, is it though? Using that argument means I'd be suspecting someone I know well. In fact, have I just been averting my eyes from the truth? Even while attacking that closed room trick in the chapel, which was exhilarating to destroy, I proposed that someone stole the key from Maria's handbag and returned it. If that theory's right, then the question becomes who could have stolen the key from her handbag. Maria's handbag was probably the most unguarded while she slept. In that case, in addition to me, Georgianiki and Jessica are also suspects. So Georgianiki or Jessica is the culprit? Or maybe an accomplice? All of our parents have been killed, right? And yet, one of us consented to that and assisted with the crime? We all lamented, mourned, shed tears together in the chapel. And yet, one among us was lying? Among us.
そなたの例の手下げから抜き出し戻したという説はいとこたちを色濃く疑うものであったのだぞ。にもかかわらずそれに気づかないふりをしてよくもあれだけの説をシャーシャーとのたまえたものよ。
That theory of yours about taking the key out of the handbag and putting it back cast a pronounced suspicion on the cousins, did it not? And despite that, you acted like you didn't even notice, announcing a theory like that so happily.
くそ。だからって親族や使用人の誰かが犯人だって保証はねえ。お前が例えば段ボール箱にでも隠れながらコソコソと近づいてきて熟睡してる俺たちの部屋に忍び込んで鍵を奪った可能性だって十分あるじゃねえか。
Damn it. That doesn't guarantee one of the family or the servants is the culprit. If you snuck up on us while hiding in a cardboard box, for example, there's a good chance you could have slunk into our room when we were fast asleep and stolen the key, right? Snake? Snake!
それについてはそれでもよかろう。19人目の来客であるわらわを疑うことで彼らに疑いをかけずに済む。
Perhaps that will do for that situation. By suspecting the guest, the 19th person, you won't have to suspect the others.
ならばジェシカの部屋の施錠はどうする？わらわは魔法で鍵を開けることは造作もないが、さすがにマスターキーは持たぬ。わらわの魔法を否定するならば、わらわを疑うことも否定せねばならんぞ。
In that case, how was Jessica's room locked? It's no trouble at all for me to open the lock with magic. But of course, I don't have a master key. If you deny my magic, you also have to deny that I'm a suspect, correct?
そしてそれはつまり、そなたら18人の中の誰かを疑うことよ。
So, in other words, that means suspecting one of the 18.
親切にありがとうよ。少し整理できたぜ。俺にとっての目的は人間である19人目の来客ベアトリーチェがどうやって犯行に及んだかに迫ることだ。そうすれば誰も疑わずに済む。
Oh yeah, thanks for the help. I've managed to sort things out a bit. My goal is to figure out how the 19th person, the human guest Beatrice, committed the crimes. If I do that, I won't have to suspect anyone.
それができればな。愚かな男よ。こんな部屋、本来は密室でも何でもない。何しろ、開けることのできる鍵は合計で6本もあるのだからな。
If you can do that, foolish man. This wasn't a closed room from the beginning. After all, there are a total of 6 keys that can open it.
そしてそれらの所有者は何人もいる。誰でも疑える。疑い放題よ。なのにお前はわざわざそれらを全て否定し、自分で密室を作ってしまった。
And several people possessed such keys. You can suspect any of them. Suspect as much as you like. But you went to all the trouble of denying all of them, making it a closed room yourself.
わかるか？これはお前の思考的矛盾が生み出した密室なのよ。他の誰でもない、そなた自身が扉を閉ざしているのだ。
Understand? This is a closed room born from your mental contradiction. You and no one else sealed that door.
魔女が魔法で開けたことを認めるか、俺の知る誰かが犯人であることを認めるかの二択だって言いたいんだな。くそ、大手飛車取りのつもりかよ。
So, you're trying to say that I've got 2 options. accept that a witch opened it with magic, or accept that someone I know is the culprit. Damn, are you trying to fork the rook?
こういう指し手もあると披露したかったまで。
I just wanted to show you that such moves as this can exist as well.
さて、どうする後ろ宮バトラー。実に簡単な話じゃないか。あの自意識過剰な料理男と死に損ないのクソババアをちょいと生贄に仕立て上げるだけじゃない。
So what will you do, Ushiromiya Battler? Isn't it actually simple? Don't you just have to make sacrifices of that overly self-confident cook, and that hag who wouldn't be a loss if she died? Oof.
くそ。久保田さんと熊沢さんを疑えばそれでいいのか。
I mean, you could just say that somebody stole the key. Make her say that nobody stole the key or whatever in red. I mean, that is a perfectly usable... yeah, it's a perfectly usable theory. Somebody doesn't have their key, and it is completely possible that Beatrice took it and used it. I mean, she could have put it back later. Or maybe it is something to do with the window and I misunderstood. I don't know.
ダメだ。俺は郷田さんが犯人だとは思えない。熊沢さんが犯人だとは思えない。だがお前は認めない。絶対だ。
Damn it. If I suspect Goda-san and Kumasawa-san, everything will be fine? That's useless. I can't think of Goda-san as the culprit. I can't think of Kumasawa-san as the culprit. But I won't accept you, no matter what.
ならば、魔法もマスターキーも使わずにこの部屋に入り、ジェシカとカノンを殺し、しかもカノンの死体を魔法を使わずに消失させねばならない。
In that case, they'd have to enter the room without using magic or a master key, kill Jessica and Cannon, and even erase Cannon's corpse without using magic.
どうやって行う？わらわを否定しつつ、誰も疑わずにどうやって行うのか。
How could it be done? How could it be done so that you can deny me while not suspecting anyone else?
リザインだ。
I resign. Wait, what? He's just gonna give up? What?
バトラ君、今なんて。
Battler is incompetent. Huh? Battler-kun, what did you say?
降参だよ。俺はカノン君にこの扉が施錠できないことは証明できた。だからといってジェシカを誰が殺したのかを特定できたわけじゃない。
I give up. I was able to prove that Cannon-kun couldn't have locked this door. That doesn't mean I've managed to figure out who killed Jessica.
いえ、十分です。そのカノン君のためにありがとうございます。
No, that's more than enough. For Cannon-kun's sake, thank you very much.
礼なんかいらねえ。それはつまりシャノンちゃんも疑ってるってことなんだからよ。
No need to thank me. After all, this means you're under suspicion too, Shannon-chan.
ローザおばさんもごめんよ。別に反抗したかったわけじゃない。俺も死にたくないし、親父たちの本当の仇を見つけ出したい。協調性のないことを言って悪かったぜ。
Sorry, Aunt Rosa. It's not like I wanted to resist you. I don't want to die. I want to find Dad and the rest's true enemy. Sorry for saying something that wasn't cooperative.
いいの。
Yeah, protagonist juice ran out. We need to run to the store and get more. But there's a typhoon. Oh no. Quick, does anyone have any spare protagonist juice?
私も少し軽率だったわ。仲直りしましょう。おばとおい同士、仲良くしないと。ね。
No, it's okay. I was also a little rash. Let's make up. As an aunt and a nephew, we have to stay on good terms, right? A little rash. As she's swinging the gun at everyone. Just a tad. Rosa shifted the gun to one hand and held out her other. I reached out, and for the time being, we shook hands. Rosa with gun has been acting like we thought Rosa with gun with act. Yep, pretty much. Yet Rosa's gaze was sharp. In order to deny the witch, she would sacrifice anyone. That's what her eyes told me. And me? I denied the witch. But I wasn't prepared to lose anything. I was probably the one who seemed to be fighting the most, and yet the one who was most separated from reality. Time passes. 3-hour scene. Oh yeah, it has been. Wow. With Jessica's death, it became certain that the culprit was hiding somewhere nearby, and that they'd come for our lives if they had a chance. According to Genji-san, when tomorrow morning comes, the boat should arrive. The boat had a radio. We'd probably be able to contact the police directly with that. Yes. The boat will arrive. Surely. All of us gathered in the parlor and decided to wait quietly until tomorrow. I proposed that we should search throughout the mansion for clues about the culprit, but Aunt Rosa rejected that, saying that if we managed to corner the culprit, or maybe provoke them, it might lead to a third murder. It was probably the right thing to do. If a bunch of amateurs like us investigated, there's no way we'd find anything. It would be wisest to focus on protecting ourselves without doing anything unnecessary, and leave it to the police starting tomorrow. We'd been tense at the beginning, but other than Aunt Rosa, most of us had spent all morning watching TV and getting bored, so our sense of danger had faded considerably. When we thought about it, yes, 6 adults certainly had been killed together in the first murder, but that made it seem like some backhanded method, like poison, had been used. For the second murder, we figured those two became sacrifices because they'd been unfortunately isolated from the rest of us. From this, it was possible to imagine that the culprit wasn't a large number of adults, and that they wouldn't be capable of killing this large group gathered in the parlor all at once. Right now, in this parlor, there's George Aniki and me, Maria, Aunt Rosa, Genji-san, Goda-san, Shannon-san, Kumasawa-san, and then Dr. Nanjo, for a total of 9 people. Furthermore, Aunt Rosa was even armed with a gun. Surely, with this many people staying in the room, they wouldn't be able to touch us easily. That feeling of security, along with the passage of time, allowed us to recover from the shock of that morning bit by bit. By the way, lunchtime had just ended for us. However, it had been a canned food lunch, a far cry from the dinner last night that Goda-san had skillfully made for us. Aunt Rosa also suspected that poison may have been used in the first murder, though we probably couldn't deny the possibility that the culprit had snuck into the kitchen during all that confusion in the morning and mixed poison in with the ingredients there. Aunt Rosa gave orders to all of us, saying that until the police came, we mustn't put anything into our mouths except safe things like canned food. As a cook, Goda-san must have felt very down. Apparently, eager to display his skill anyway, he said he at least wanted to grab some plates and arrange the canned food on them. At first, Aunt Rosa had been reluctant, examining each one of the plates that were brought. She hadn't been able to find anything to complain about. And Goda's chef's pick canned food lunch combo was born. Goda-san said something about taste being savored not just with the tongue, but with the eyes as well. See, it's the same canned food we ate for breakfast, but it feels like something completely different.
バトラ、見て見て。これが狼と羊のパズル。
Ooh, Battler, look, look. This is the wolves and sheep puzzle. Ooh. Ooh. As I was lazily sitting on the sofa with no desire to watch TV, Maria came over, pulled a picture book out of her handbag, and held it out to me.
なんだよ、狼と羊のパズル？どれどれ？
What's that book? Wolves and sheep puzzle. Let's see. Ooh. Wolves and sheep puzzle. It was a phrase that Aunt Rosa had said this morning when we'd gone to call on Jessica. At the time, I hadn't known what it meant, and right after that was the uproar when Jessica's corpse was found, so I'd forgotten about it completely. The book that Maria held out to me looked like a foreign picture book or something that had been translated. When I opened it, I realized that it was a book stuffed with riddles.
おお、何匹かの狼と羊をね、一台のボートを使って対岸まで連れてくパズルなの。
So you have a few wolves and a few sheep, okay? The puzzle is how you take them to the other side using one boat.
ああ？そんなルールのゲームを聞いたことあるな。これはそれの狼と羊バージョンなのか。
I've heard of games with rules like that. So this is a version with wolves and sheep? It was a very simple puzzle, passed on from long ago. Let's try posing a question. On the right bank, there are 2 wolves and 2 sheep. There's a boat that as many as 2 animals can ride on, and using it, you have to move all 4 of them to the opposite left bank. That's the puzzle. There are 2 rules. The first is regarding the boat. Even a single wolf or a single sheep can paddle it, but it can only hold 2 animals. The second rule is regarding the wolves. When they are greater in number than the sheep in any location, they attack the sheep and it's game over. For example, at the start of the game, let's say the two sheep get in the boat and go to the other side. Then one sheep gets off and the other goes back to the first bank. When it does, there are two wolves on the first bank, and a single sheep returns there. When that happens, the number of wolves is greater, so the sheep is attacked and it's game over. On either bank or even the boat, there must never be more wolves than sheep. And you've got to shuttle them all across under these conditions. By the way, the right answer is to move both wolves to the opposite bank in the first turn. Then one wolf comes back. On the second turn, you move two sheep to the opposite bank. Then one wolf comes back. Then on the third turn, you put that last wolf that was on the right bank on the boat and cross to the opposite bank. And congratulations, transport successful. Part way, there may be the same number of wolves and sheep in the boat or on either side, but that isn't a problem. You only lose when the number of wolves is greater. This book uses wolves and sheep as an example, but lots of people probably know this game using different characters. It looked like Maria wanted to test whether I too could solve the puzzle she knew how to solve. And she kept showing me different pages, saying, "Solve this one," and "This one's hard." Pretty sure it's possible with 3 of each? So what was happening when Aunt Rosa first mentioned this puzzle? That's right. When we decided to go and get Jessica, we talked about how many men should go. Aunt Rosa mentioned the wolves and sheep puzzle, saying we should all go together. Wait a sec. That could only mean one thing. Aunt Rosa was saying that there was a wolf among us. Among us. So was she thinking that we'd be safe if the number of wolves and sheep was in balance? But that the wolves would bare their fangs if the situation changed? At the time we found our parents' corpses, Aunt Rosa already suspected that the servants might be wolves. She'd sniffed out the possibility that, while she didn't know whether it was all of them or some of them, there were wolves hiding amongst them. That's no surprise. That murder scene was very elaborate. Easy to imagine that there were multiple culprits. And because she'd reached that conclusion, when we went to Jessica's room and learned that Jessica had been killed after being alone with the servant, Cannon, it isn't hard to imagine why Aunt Rosa suspected the servants so persistently. You servants, Goda-san is going to go to the kitchen to clean the dishes. Just in case, would you please all go with him?
皆さん、申し訳ありません。団体行動で参りましょう。
My apologies, everyone. Let us go as a group.
シャノン、熊沢、行くぞ。
Shannon, Kumasawa, we are going.
はいはい、ただいま。
それではジョージさん、一度失礼いたします。
Didn't read Kumasawa. Yes, yes, coming. Well then, George-san, excuse me for now.
気をつけて。あ、ローザおばさん。僕も一緒に行っていいかな。
Yes, take care. Aunt Rosa, could I go as well? No.
ごめんなさい。ジョージ君は残ってくれるかしら。ちょっとお話ししたいことがあるの。
I'm sorry, but would you remain here, George-kun? There's something I want to talk to you about.
そうですか。シャノン、ごめん。とにかく気をつけて。一人にならないでね。
Is that so? Sorry, Shannon. Anyway, take care. Don't be alone.
はい。
Feel like somebody's gonna die. Yes.
南條先生、すみません。ちょっとご相談が。
I'm sorry, Dr. Nanjo. I wanted to consult you about something.
はい、何ですかな。
Yes, what could that be? The servants put the dishes and empty cans on the serving cart and started to head out into the corridor. Behind them, Aunt Rosa was talking to Dr. Nanjo about something in a small voice.
わかりました。
Don't think Rosa cares if the people that leave die. I mean, she suspects them. I think with that amount of people, it would be safe. But you never know. Understood. I will go. Wait, where's he going? He's going with the servants?
よろしくお願いしますね。
Yes, I'm counting on you. Dr. Nanjo closed the book he had been reading, rose from the sofa, and followed after the servants. Aunt Rosa stuck her head out into the hallway, and after seeing that they were completely out of sight, she closed the door and spoke. Did she just send Nanjo as a possible sacrifice? Is that what she just did, or does she not trust him? Hmm.
みんな聞いて。これで今ここにいるのは後宮の人間だけね。
Listen up, everyone. With that, everyone here is an Ushiromiya.
ん？確かにそうなりますね。
Yes, that's true.
狼を全部追い出したってことっすか？ローザおばさん。
So you're saying that you've chased out all the wolves, Aunt Rosa? With that one sentence, Aunt Rosa's gaze grew sharp. Apparently, she had picked up on the sarcasm. She laughed lightly.
バトラ君は頭の回転が早いのね。賢い子は好きよ。話が早いの。
Your mind sure works fast, Battler-kun. I like clever kids. It means there's less to explain.
バトラー頭いい？これ解ける？ 64 ページの難しいの。
Battler's smart? Can you solve this? Page 64 is hard. Ooh. Battler's smart? Question mark?
マリアは少しの間テレビを見ていなさい。ママはバトラ君たちとお話があるの。
Maria, go watch TV for a bit. Mama wants to talk with Battler-kun and George-kun.
ローザおばさん、パズルの話はバトラ君に聞いたよ。
Battler head good? An expression? I mean, if you have a good head on your shoulders, I guess that's sort of what that alludes to.
用心深いのは悪いことじゃないと思うけど、さすがに疑り深すぎるのもどうかと思うよ。
Aunt Rosa, I heard about the puzzle from Battler-kun. I don't think it's wrong to be on our guards, but I also think there's such a thing as being too suspicious.
真の犯人がベアトリーチェかどうかは別にして、少なくとも使用人たちがその一味であることを疑うことはできると思うの。兄さんたちが殺されていた最初の殺人、 とても残酷な仕打ちがされていたわよね。あれが一人でできる真似に見える。
Whether the real culprit is Beatrice or not, there is reason for us to suspect that the servants are in on it. In the first murder, where Nissan and the others were killed, they were treated very brutally, right? Did that look like something that could have been done alone?
謎の来客、ベアトリーチェ様が夜鍋をして、チクチクやったのかもしれねえぜ。
Maybe the mystery guest, Beatrice-sama, worked all night and did it all.
ジェシカちゃんの部屋の扉をめぐるマスターキーの件は、使用人の誰かが関わっている証拠じゃない。
And what about the master key and the door to Jessica's room? Isn't that proof that one of the servants was involved? It still bothers me that nobody has asked to make sure that all of the servants have their master keys. Like, even if that's not what we should be looking at, I feel like it's one of the first things that should have been asked. Only the master key could have locked the door to Jessica's room, so we can only suppose that one of the servants did it. Feel someone would have mentioned if they didn't have their key and was innocent by now. Yeah. I mean, maybe if they said they don't have the key, it would maybe in their mind, if they said they don't have their key, it would make them seem more guilty. That could be a reason that they didn't speak up. But I mean, like, I just feel that it should be one of the first things they check. Even with a low probability. True Rose is scary, yeah, exactly. No. Wait.
チェス盤をひっくり返すぜ。おかしいよ、ローザおばさん。
Spin the chessboard around. That's strange, Aunt Rosa.
なんで犯人はジェシカを殺した後、わざわざ施錠したんだ？施錠すれば、マスターキーの持ち主が疑われるのは必然。わざわざ施錠する必要がないぜ。
After killing Jessica, why would the culprit go to all the trouble of locking the door? The fact that it was locked made it inevitable that the owners of the master keys would be suspected. There was no reason for them to go to all the trouble of locking the door.
そうだよ。バトラ君の言う通りだ。わざわざ疑われるようなことをする理由がない。
That's right. It's just as Battler-kun says. There is no need for them to go to all the trouble of making themselves look suspicious.
それは面白い考えよね。もちろん、私もそれは考えた。だとしたら、施錠した人物は使用人を疑わせたくて、マスターキーなしであの扉を閉めた。でもそれは不可能。でしょ？
Yes, that's an interesting thought. Of course, I also thought that. If that's the case, then the person who locked it wanted to cast suspicion on the servants, and locked it without a master key. But that's impossible, right? That's right. If there existed some trick that could open that could lock that door without a master key, that would make this a great disguise for casting doubt on the servants. The culprit's goal was for us to isolate ourselves from the group so they could attack us one by one. This trick would also be effective at giving rise to paranoia. But there was no way to lock that door without using a master key.
マスターキーを使わずに閉める方法がない。なんてルドルフ兄さんの言っていた悪魔の証明になるんじゃない？私たちには想像もつかない方法で閉められたのかもしれない。
How can you be sure there's no way to lock that door without a master key? Isn't that a devil's proof, like Rudolph Nissan was talking about earlier? Maybe it was locked by some method we can't think of. Hmm. Hmm. What would be a way to lock it without using the key? Because Beatrice would not answer if the door was last locked by the master key. Oh, she did debunk that in red, though? Okay. So it's not some other method than the key.
私たちに思いつかないからといって未知のトリックがあることを否定することにはならない。
Even if we can't think of a way, we can't deny the possibility of some unknown trick being used. Pretty sure she said it must have been a key. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think she did say something like that. The only thing that can lock and unlock the door is a key. Or one of the master keys or Jessica's key. So maybe it has something to do with Jessica's single key. How is the window locked? It's locked from the inside, but how? Is it locked with a key or is it locked with a latch? Maybe it is something with the window? Well, in my mind, I was going through this elaborate theory of if the window was locked with a latch, if you could close the window from the outside, and then have the latch fall, locking the window, troll. You get what I'm saying? Like, close the window from the outside, get the latch to fall just right so that it locks the inside. And ta-da, you've made a closed room. But I doubt they would be that elaborate. I don't know.
そりゃそうだけどよ。つまりあれか？疑わしきは黒ってわけなのか？
You'd argue that it means it wasn't locked from the inside, though? Yeah, well, I guess I don't think they would go for anything that tricky. There must just be something I'm missing. That's true too, I guess. So is that it? No smoke without fire again?
具体的なトリックはわからないけれど、それでも外角はわかるの。申し訳ないけど、カノン君を犯人だと仮定すると、非常に簡単に説明できる。
I don't know the practical details of the trick, but I have a general idea. My apologies, but if we make the assumption that Canon-kun was the culprit, it can be explained extremely easily.
死体がない理由までね。
Even as to why there was no corpse. Yeah, but Cannon's key was in Jessica's pocket, so that... I mean, unless he stole one of the other servants' keys. But he didn't.
だってカノン君はマスターキーを持ってなかったんですよ。他の使用人ならともかくカノン君にだけは施錠はできなかったはず。
Huh? But Canon-kun didn't have a master key, right? Putting aside the other servants, at least Canon-kun shouldn't have been able to lock the door.
なるほど。それでローザおばさんはジェシカの部屋に入って早々に俺たちにクローゼットなんかを探せと言い出したわけか。 ローザおばさんこそ、普段の様子から想像できるより、頭の回転が速いな。
I see. So that's why you told us to search in the closet and everywhere else right after we entered Jessica's room. Rosa, your mind works faster than I would have guessed from how you normally act. Slight burn there. Yeah, backhanded compliment. Oof.
妹の頭の回転速度は常に姉マイナス1よ。今は誰にも気を使う必要がないからせいせいするわ。
The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. Right now, there's no one I need to worry about offending, which is certainly a relief. The brain speed of a little sister is always the big sister's -1. I don't know about that, but okay. George Aniki realized she was referring to Aunt Ava, and seemed a little uncertain about how he should take that sarcasm.
ごめん。僕にも分かるように説明してほしいな。カノン君のマスターキーはジェシカちゃんのポケットに入って密室に閉じ込められていた。施錠した後に部屋の外からポケットに入れるなんて芸当は不可能なはず。
I'm sorry. Could you explain it so even I can understand? Canon-kun's master key was in Jessica Chan's pocket, closed up inside a closed room. After the door was locked, it should have been impossible to put it in her pocket from the outside or from outside the room, no matter what trick he used.
違うんだよ、兄貴。ローザおばさんの想像しているやり方なら、このトリックはカノン君にしか使えない。そしてジェシカのポケットにマスターキーを入れたまま鍵なしで施錠することができる。そしてその結果として死体もなくなることになる。
That's not it, Aniki. If it was done the way Aunt Rosa's thinking of, this trick could only be used by Canon-kun. Plus, the door could be locked without using a key, while the master key was still in Jessica's pocket. And it would also result in his corpse disappearing. Is this the thing like in episode 1 they did with Kinzo, where maybe he was hiding and he slipped out when they opened the door? Is that how they're gonna play it?
どうやって鍵なしでどうやって施錠するんだい？
How? How could he lock the door without a key?
簡単よ。ジョージ君だって帰宅したら施錠するでしょ。つまみをひねってカチリとね。
It's simple. George-kun, when you return home, you lock the door, right? You twist the knob, click, and you're done, right?
まさか。いや、でもカノン君の姿はどこにも。
Huh? Could it be? No, but Canon-kun was nowhere to be found.
兄貴にもピンときたみてえだな。ローザおばさんが室内を探したのはそういうことだ。内側から鍵を閉め、ジェシカのポケットに鍵を突っ込んだカノン君がどこかに隠れて俺たちをやり過ごそうとしているのを探したんだ。
It looks like you've got it, Aniki. That's what Aunt Rosa was searching the room for. She was searching for Canon-kun, who had locked the door from the inside and stuck the key in Jessica's pocket. Before hiding somewhere, waiting for us to walk right past him. Yep. That's what they're going for. It was the simplest kind of closed room trick. It meant him hiding inside the closed room after the murder was committed. Then all he had to do was get out after those who discovered the body left, and the closed room murder would work perfectly.
私たちはあの部屋を探したけれど何も見つけられなかった。でもだからといって あの部屋に使用人たちしか知らない秘密の隠し通路のようなものがないとは言えない。
When we searched that room, we didn't find anything. But for all we know, that room might have had a hidden passage that only the servants know about. Well, we know from Beatrice that there was no hidden passage. I'm pretty sure she said that in red.
それがどこに隠されていたかはわからないけれど、その隠し通路を仮定し推理することで彼しかありえないと断言できるのよ。
We don't know where such a thing might have been hidden, but if we assume that there was such a passage, we can conclude that it was impossible for everyone but him.
その推理はよ、俺も一番最初に考えた。一番嫌な推理だが、一番最初にその可能性を潰したかった。
Well, about that line of reasoning, I thought of that too at the very beginning. The kind of reasoning I hate most, so I wanted to destroy it right at the start.
カノンはこの部屋で殺された。であろう？
Cannon was killed in this room, in red, right?
そなたはカノンが犯人であると疑いそうになったため、真っ先にその可能性を潰すために、これを復唱させたのだ。わかっておるわかっておる。
You apparently suspected that Cannon was the culprit, so you made me repeat this to destroy that possibility right off the bat. Yes, yes, I understand.
だから、その次に考えたのはこうだった。あの部屋にいたのは実は3人だったという説だ。ジェシカとカノン君は被害者。そして、犯人である来客ベアトリーチェも一緒にいた。という考えだ。
So this is what I thought next. I made a theory where there were actually 3 people in that room. Jessica and Cannon-kun were victims, and the culprit, the guest Beatrice, was also there with them.
そなたは人間であるわらわが魔法を使わずに犯行を行ったことにしたいのだったな。なるほど。そなたにぴったりの陳説であるぞ。
You wanted to make it the human me who committed the crime without using magic. I see. A bizarre theory that suits you perfectly. Hmm.
お前は2人を殺し、内側から施錠した。そして、カノン君の死体を担いで、普通の人は気づかない秘密の方法。つまり、隠し扉を使って部屋から脱出したんだと読んだ。
I guess that you killed those 2, then locked the door from the inside. And that you carried Cannon-kun's corpse away using some secret method that normal people wouldn't notice. In other words, you used a secret door to escape.
しかし、お前に赤で言われちまった。あの部屋に隠し扉の類はないってな。
But you told me it in red. You said no kind of hidden door existed in that room. Yeah, she did say it in red.
うん。お前たちの知らない秘密の通路は存在せぬぞ。ノックスだったかバンダインだったか。何でもミステリーには秘密の通路があってはいけないらしい。そのお作法にわらわも従ったということよ。
Indeed, there can exist no secret passages that you all are not aware of. Was it Knox who said it, or was it Van Dyne? It seems that in mystery novels there must never be hidden passages. I simply followed that etiquette. Interestingly enough, none of that was in red. So eventually we might come across a secret room, or a secret room, a secret passage, question mark. I don't know.
つまり名探偵は部屋を調べ尽くさずして隠し通路がないと断言できるわけだ。人間の推理ごっことはなんとお気楽なものよの。
So even without having to thoroughly search the room, a famous detective could conclude that no secret passages exist. Humans playing detective have it so easy.
くそ。でけえこと言いやがるぜ。ありがとよ。魔女様のお取り計らいのおかげで、俺も部屋を探し尽くさずに、あの部屋に隠し扉がないと断言できるぜ。
Damn you, talking so big. Thanks. Thanks to the mighty witch being so diplomatic, I get to conclude that the room has no hidden doors without searching the whole thing.
うん。この部屋に隠し扉はない。扉と窓以外に出入りする方法はない。
Indeed. There are no hidden doors in this room. There is no way to get in or out other than the door and the windows. Hmm.
ってことはよ。今、ローザおばさんがぶってる自信満々の仮説は、間違ってるってわけだ。しかも悔しいことに、この仮説は反証不能だ。魔女のお前は赤で、隠し扉はないと断言すれば、それで決着する。
Which means that the theory Aunt Rosa's so confident in is wrong. Also, annoyingly, it's impossible to disprove her theory. If you, the witch, say there are no hidden doors in red, then it's settled. Yeah. But we can't do that with Rosa because, yeah. Or she's not the one playing the game. I don't know. Okay, before I continue, I need to go use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. No hidden doors.
しかし人間の俺は、ローザおばさんにそれを反論しても受け入れられないだろう。隠し扉がないことを人間は証明できない。悪魔の証明になっちまう。くそ。魔女ってのは便利だな。
However, no matter how much a human like me tries to argue against her, Aunt Rosa probably won't accept it. Humans can't prove there's no hidden door. The devil's proof. Man, sure is convenient being a witch. Wow.
そんな、あるかないかもわからない隠し扉を理由にカノン君を犯人呼ばわりするなんて、僕は納得できないな。
No way. To call Canon-kun the culprit because of a hidden door that we don't even know exists. I can't accept that.
納得できないならより納得できる推理を聞かせて。ないのよ。私はずっと考えてる。これしかないのよ。
If you can't accept it, then find me a different theory that's more convincing. There is none. I've been thinking this whole time. There's no other option. Ah, yes. So because you can't think of it, surely it does not exist. The atmosphere is way more tense than episode 1. Well, I don't know. It doesn't actually seem that tense. At least not yet. Like in episode 1, they were holed up in the one room forever. And like eventually Natsuhi had the servants split off entirely. I don't know. Something about the situation just doesn't seem as yeah, just not as intense.
ジョージ君はシャノンちゃんと仲が良かったわね。だから使用人全員が犯人であることは受け入れがたいと思うの。私もシャノンちゃんが犯人の一味であるなんて信じたくない。でも全員であるか否かはともかく、確実にあの中に犯人もしくは共犯がいるのよ。それだけは見誤っちゃダメ。
George-kun, you and Shannon-chan are close, right? I imagine that's why you find it so hard to accept that all the servants are culprits. Even I don't want to believe that Shannon-chan is in league with the culprit. But whether they're all in it together or not, there's definitely a culprit or maybe an accomplice in that group. That point alone is something you absolutely need to understand. And you come up with that flawless theory how?
カノン君以外にも狼がいると見てたんだ。ジェシカの部屋で犯人はカノン君だと大騒ぎしたのは使用人たちの反応を見るためだったっていうのか。
If you guessed there were wolves besides Canon-kun, does that mean that the uproar you caused by accusing Canon-kun in Jessica's room was to gauge the reactions of the other servants?
ええ、そうよ。そしてその結果、私は一層の疑いを持つに至ったわ。確実に使用人の中に狼がいる。確実にね。そして狼と羊のパズルのように普段はおとなしくしているけれど、チャンスがあったら襲ってくるに違いないの。
Yes, that's right. And as a result, I began to suspect them even more. There certainly is a wolf among the servants. Certainly. And just like in the wolves and sheep puzzle, while they may be docile most of the time, they'll surely attack if they get the chance. Rosa, it's time to take your meds.
ジェシカちゃんは一人で船に乗った羊よ。あのパズルでは頭数の時は襲ってこないけど、私たちのパズルは違う。チャンスと人数次第なら頭数でも襲ってくる。ジェシカちゃんが殺されたように。
Jessica-chan was a lone sheep on the boat. In Maria's version of the puzzle, they may not attack when there's an equal number of wolves and sheep, but our puzzle is different. Depending on the situation and the number of people, they'll attack even if there is a balance. Just like when Jessica-chan is killed.
僕は怒りたいことがある。じゃあ厨房へ行かされてるシャノンは危険な状態じゃないか。今すぐ僕たちも厨房へ行くべきだ。誰が狼だろうと狼でなかろうと、僕たち全員が揃っていれば均衡するならそれを保ち続けるべきだと思う。
Then there's something that makes me mad. If that's true, then when you made Shannon go to the kitchen, you put her in a dangerous situation, didn't you? We should go to the kitchen right now, too. No matter who may or may not be a wolf, if staying together means we remain in balance, I think we should keep it that way.
シャノンちゃんはお父様のところへ源氏さんと一緒に行った。その時に孤立したはずなのに殺されなかった。源氏さんも狼ではないから。
Shannon-chan went to see father along with Genji-san. At that time, she was supposedly isolated, but she wasn't killed. Was it because Genji-san wasn't a wolf either?
違うわ。二人とも狼だったからよ。
Wrong. It's because they were both wolves. What? Somebody knock Rosa out, please.
シャノンは悪事の片棒を担ぐような人じゃない。いくらローザおばさんでもそれは聞き流せません。今の発言に対し僕は取り消しを要求します。
Shannon isn't the kind of person who would take part in a crime. Not like she went out and took out that mirror in the little shrine thingy and broke it, destroying somebody else's property. No, no crime, no crime. I can't let a comment like that slide, not even from you, Aunt Rosa. I demand that you take back what you just said.
兄貴の前で悪いが、その論法エヴァおばさんの雰囲気にそっくりだな。こっちが反論できなきゃ自動的に自分が正しいみたいな。やっぱり血は争えないな、おばさん。
I hate saying this in front of Aniki, but the way you're arguing feels just like something Aunt Ava might say. Yeah, oof. It's like you're automatically assuming that you're right, unless we can counter your argument. Like you can't fight against your own blood after all, Aunt Rosa.
私だって今の自分はあまり褒められたものじゃないとは思ってる。でもね、私は母なの。
Ava does work like that, yeah. We hated her for it, yep. I mean, I'm not liking Rosa right now either.
マリアの無事を守るためなら鬼にもなるわ。本当ならマリアと二人きりでどこかに閉じこもっていたいくらいよ。
Even I can't think of myself as very praiseworthy right now. But guess what? I'm a mother. I'd become even a demon to protect Maria's safety. I really wish I could shut myself away somewhere with her. Alone with her.
でも私は同時にあなたたちの母でもあるつもりなの。今やあなたたちは私の子供も同然。私は自分の子じゃないからといってあなたたちを見捨てたりしない。絶対。
But I also plan to act as mother to you two. Right now, you're practically my children. Even if you aren't my own, I won't forsake you. No matter what. Aww. Well, that's touching. She's still crazy, but that's touching.
そりゃどうも。
Well, thanks for that.
私はあなたたちの母として油断しないでと警告したかっただけなの。常に私の目の届くところにいて、私があなたたちを守ってあげる。
I just wanted to warn you not to be careless as your mother. Stay where I can see you at all times. I will protect you.
ついでに俺たちが狼でないことも監視してくれるってわけだ。そりゃありがたいぜ。そういうおばさんは自分が狼ではないって証明はできるのかよ。
And at the same time, you'll be observing us to make sure we aren't wolves. Yeah, thanks a lot for that. Can you, Aunt Rosa, prove that you aren't a wolf yourself?
できるわ。
Yes, I can.
即答っすね。どうやって？
That's a quick answer. How?
これよ。これが証拠よ。
With this. This is my proof.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Yeah. Aunt Rosa lifted her gun and pointed the barrel at me. But it was only for an instant. She immediately lowered the gun, laughing impishly. Maybe don't point a loaded gun at somebody. Especially after you just said you'd protect them. To me, the time I spent staring down the barrel of that gun felt like an eternity.
その銃がどうローザおばさんが犯人でないことを証明するというんですか。
Oops.
考えてもみて。
Accidentally skipped. How does that gun prove that you aren't the culprit, Aunt Rosa?
私が犯人だったらどう？使用人たちが出ていったこの千載一遇の機会を逃すと思う？あなたたちをズドンと撃って、あとは適当な言い訳をするだけよ。窓の外にベアトリーチェが現れて銃を撃ってきたとかね。私は2発を撃ち返したと称して2発分の空薬莢を床に捨てればいい。
Think about it. What if I were the culprit? Would I really give up the once-in-a-lifetime chance chance I got when the servants left? I could just shoot you, bang, and think of a fitting excuse later. Something like Beatrice appeared outside the window and started shooting at us. I gotta say, that just gives me a funny picture. Just Beatrice doing a drive-by outside. I wish there was like a video or a gif of that. Just like Beatrice doing a drive-by shooting. Just for this one scene. Oh my. I just need to leave 2 empty cartridges on the ground and say I fired back at her twice. A tiny bit unhinged. Just a tad.
そりゃすげえ乱暴な理論だが確かに一理あるぜ。
Well, that's a crazily violent way to argue it, but it does make sense.
クラウス兄さんが昔よく言ってたわ。力こそ正義ってね。これがまさにそうなのかしら。
There's something Kraus Nissan used to say all the time long ago. Might is right. Maybe that really is true.
ごめんなさいね、二人とも。私も今朝からの事件続きでかなり冷静さを失ってる。普段の私を知る二人から見れば、今の私は余裕がなくて少し短気そうに見えるかもしれない。
Nope. One moment. Okay, I'm back. It wasn't just that I thought I wasn't muted and I was muted. I was actually talking. I know the peepo was probably going there. Okay, where are we?
でも分かって。私は悪意ある犯人からあなたたちを守りたい。そのためには鬼になる。それだけのことなの。怒らせるようなことを言ってごめんなさいね。バトラ君、ジョージ君、仲直りしましょ
う。I'm sorry, you two. I've somewhat lost my composure after all the crimes since this morning. An interesting way to put it. After all the crimes since this morning. Okay. You know how I normally am. I must seem desperate and a bit short-tempered right now. Just a tad. But please understand, I want to protect you from a malicious culprit. I will become a demon to do that. That's all there is to it. I'm sorry for saying something that's angered you. Battler-kun, George-kun, let's make up. An unsatisfied expression rose to George Aniki's face. He probably couldn't forgive the damage done to Shannon's honor. What about me? Several bits of circumstantial evidence hinted at the servant's participation. Second time she said that. I didn't want to believe that one of them was the culprit, or possibly colluding with the culprit. But in our current situation, that was a little more than wishful thinking. Yeah, let's make up. I guess, wasn't the first time with, Maria? After she's, like, beat her half to death? Oh my. Whom should I believe? Whomstedv. In the first place, who is the culprit? Are there accomplices? And if so, how many? Seems I've only been suspecting the people we know. Oh, wait. Oh, you were talking about the last scene on Jessica's room. Oh, okay. She said that to Battler. Okay. Quickly forgot that 19th person, the guest, Beatrice, who arrived yesterday and boldly claimed to be the Golden Witch. In fact, I still haven't seen her face. I heard she greatly resembled the witch in that portrait, but since I haven't seen her directly, no matter how hard I try, it doesn't really feel like a 19th person is on this island. So I've been subconsciously hallucinating that the culprit's one of the 18. Damn it. Come out, Beatrice. If you're the bad guy, then act like the bad guy and show yourself, laughing in a high-pitched voice and mocking us. Just like a bad guy in one of those dramas who, even when they're exposed as the culprit, aggressively says, "Where's your proof?" I knew it. I knew that was gonna happen.
証拠は終わりかの?
Where's your proof?
うっせえ。てめえはしばらく黙ってろ。
Shut up. No more talking. I like how it's the same sprite next to each other. Nice. Just that little poke. We've got a scene change here. I don't really want to end just yet, but is there... Do you have any idea if there's a scene change within the next hour? Like a scene change or a chapter change or whatever? Pretty sure there is? Okay. I'll keep going then. There were 5 humans in the kitchen. It was very quiet, filled only with the sound of the rain. It was only accented by the sound of Shannon and Kumasawa washing the dishes. Goda was using the leftovers from breakfast and lunch as ingredients for a soup. Rosa had suspected that poison might have been added to the food, so they decided to eat canned goods, but it hadn't been too satisfying. Goda thought she was being too cautious, so he was spontaneously creating a soup to be served only to those who wanted some. Shannon and Kumasawa were washing the dishes that the food had been arranged on. On the inside, the thought that maybe Goda should wash them, or on the inside, they thought that maybe Goda should wash them, since he'd been the one who'd wanted the food arranged on plates in the first place. But they left their complaints unsaid for the time being. Genji and Nanjo were facing each other across a crude chess set that had many years of experience. The game had still only just begun. Because the opening game of these experienced players had been honed to perfection, it looked like a ceremony where they just moved specific pieces in a specified order.
良い匂いですね。やはり缶詰ではこうはいきませんね。
That's a nice aroma. You wouldn't get this from canned food. I'm getting hungry. Oh no.
開封した食材だけで作りましたので、毒が混入しているなんてことはありませんよ。皆さんの分もお作りしていますので、ぜひ食べましょう。もちろん、私もお毒味しますよ。安心して召し上がってください。
It was made only from sealed ingredients, so there won't be any poison mixed in. I'm making enough for everybody, so please eat. Of course, I will also taste for poison. Please feel secure and eat.
本当にいい匂いですね。ゴーダさんのまかない料理は本当に美味しいです。
That really is a nice aroma. Goda-san, the food you cook is really delicious.
美味しい材料を買ってきて、美味しい料理が作れるのは当たり前です。私は師匠に、あり合わせのもので美味しく作るまかない料理を極めてこそ、真の料理人だと習いました。
Being able to create delicious food when you buy delicious ingredients is hardly special. My master taught me that a true cook needs to perfect their ability to make delicious food from whatever is on hand.
それはいい師匠でしたな。おかげで私はとても美味しいスープをごちそうになれそうです。
That was a good master. Thanks to him, it looks like we'll get to enjoy some truly delicious soup.
親族の皆様にお召し上がりいただくための材料で作ることになってしまったのが残念ですが。
Although it is a shame that it was made from ingredients intended for all the family members to eat.
ローザさんも朝からのいろいろでお疲れなのでしょう。無理もないことです。
I'm sure Rosa-san is tired after everything that has happened this morning. It's only natural.
でもそのおかげで美味しい食材のスープが飲めるのですからね。
But thanks to that, we get to drink some soup made from delicious ingredients. Wait, so is this only for the servants then? Only for people that are here? Or are they going to also take some to the rest of the family? Rosa had fervently warned everyone that they didn't understand the danger they were in, and that they must assume the poison was mixed in with the food. Rosa would refuse and maybe bully the others into refusing. True. I mean, I feel like this would be very easy to... well, maybe not very easy, but pretty easy to show that everything is fine. Like, just take the whole pot, bring it along with you, bring some bowls or whatever. Rosa can test the bowls or whatever, and then just have one of the servants take a little bit directly from the pot and drink it. Or eat it, or whatever. And then as long as they're fine, go ahead. The mood at the time had led them to agree, but hunger wasn't something that could be swayed by a momentary emotion like that.
皮肉にも普段の私たちではとても味わえないスープとなりました。できるなら客間の皆さんにもぜひ振る舞いたいところなのですが。
Ironically, we've ended up with a soup that we normally wouldn't be able to savor. If possible, I would like to serve it to everyone in the parlor, but...
ローザ様のご指示に背いている以上、よした方がいいだろう。飲みたいものだけ飲むといい。
Seeing that it would violate Rosa-sama's instructions, you would best give up on that idea. It's enough that only those who want to eat it do so.
見えないところで上手に息抜きするのも使用人の心得でございますものね。
Skillfully taking a breather when no one's looking is also an important skill for a servant, isn't it? And Kumasawa cackled. Shannon and Goda laughed too. It seemed that in this space where only their fellow servants were gathered, they could relax quite a bit. Man, Goda not being a jerk? Dang, it only took killing almost half the people on the island for this to happen. I mean, he wasn't too bad for this, or for most of this episode, but, like, normally Shannon wouldn't get along with Goda. At least according to episode 1. And Goda would be more standoffish, but I think because they're all in this together, he's more friendly. Shannon didn't like Goda's occasional dishonesty, but she knew that there was no falsehood in his childish smile when he cooked, nor in his desire for people to enjoy his food. So even though it was a little aggravating to be made to wash the dishes, she couldn't really hate him. I mean, I don't see why they would be aggravated to wash the dishes in the first place. It's not like Goda's just sitting back and doing nothing. He's making food for everybody. Oh, man, I hate that I have to wash the dishes so that somebody else can make me food. Ugh, this sucks. However, they couldn't have dreamed that Rosa was calling them wolves in the parlor at exactly the same moment they were spending their time peacefully like this. Because there'd be no dishes if Goda didn't insist on using them. I mean, true. But Goda had a pretty good reason for that. I mean, like he said, food tastes different when it's plated differently, and I can sort of understand that to a degree. It's not like it makes a huge difference, but I think that could make a difference. And he's just trying to make things better for everybody. I don't really fault him for that. And like I said, he's making food for the rest of them right now. So it's not like he's just sitting back and watching them, having them do it for him. If he was washing the dishes, he wouldn't be making food. But then, I mean, I guess somebody else could make some stuff, but Goda probably does it better. He's the cook. I mean, I feel like this is quite fair. especially since they're all servants and they should be used to doing it anyway. Yeah, okay, I read that. Oh, what's going on? Uh-oh. At that time, several of the servants heard a sound like something being dragged, then a thump. It seemed like the sound made by a servant outside the back door when they were carrying a mountain of trash bags on a rainy day. Or maybe when a servant was returning from work wearing a raincoat. Oh, I bet it's Kinzo. So at first, that sound didn't seem like anything out of the ordinary to any of them. But they soon realized. Right now, everyone was either in the kitchen or in the parlor. So who could possibly be at the back door? Yeah. I'm not sure exactly where Kinzo's window is located. I mean, yeah, he could have fallen out the window, or maybe the culprit is trying to pin another murder on the servants. So they like dragged Kinzo's body over there. So who could possibly be at the back door? As the servants all looked at each other, they checked to make sure that each of them knew what that sound meant. Who could it be? The servants knew the mansion's layout well, so they understood how incomprehensible it would be for someone from the parlor to actually go outside in this typhoon, go all the way around, and come up to this back door. And was it Kinzo? They couldn't imagine that Kinzo, who never left his study, would dash out into the middle of this typhoon and come back to the back of the house, where only low-class people ever entered or exited. That wasn't our imagination, was it? Shannon and Kumasawa drew close together, fearfully looking at the back door.
どちら様ですか?
Who is it? As Goda fearfully approached the back door, he called out, and his eyes flashed towards the butcher's knife that sat in a nearby sink. He didn't pick it up yet. There was still a possibility that this was a member of the family. However, that possibility was impossible. The possibility was impossible. Gasp. There was no response from across the door to Goda's initial question. Maybe his voice had been so quiet that it hadn't reached through all the wind and the rain outside.
Genji-san.
南條先生と女たちは下がって。
Yes. Stand back, Dr. Nanjo and the women.
一体どなたなんですかな?
Who in the world could it be? Genji took a knife with a classical design from a stationary box placed near the chess set. It was something to be used instead of a paper knife to open envelopes for statements of deliveries and bills. But it was still a knife, so the blade on it could injure someone. Genji hid it in his sleeve with a well-practiced motion. Then he approached the back door himself, giving Goda a silent nod. Goda cautiously approached the back door and slowly started to open it. Ah, flashbang. The shadow of a person suddenly shuffled into sight, landed on its knees, and fell over. Goda fell backwards onto his backside and couldn't get up. That human shadow was soaked with rain, smeared with mud, and drenched with blood. What?
カノン、大丈夫か？南條先生。
Canon, are you alright? Dr. Nanjo. What? It was Canon. His breath was feeble, and the puddles of mud he left were quickly drenched bright red. What? Yeah, I was not expecting that. What the heck?
Surprise, motherfucker.
So he's still alive because he's breathing. What in the world? Beatrice, what is your play now? Nanjo held him and turned him face up. There was a deep, gruesome wound right in the center of his chest, as though he'd been stabbed there by a spear or something. Even now, deep red blood poured out from there.
これはひどいですよ。どうしましょう。救急箱ですか？救急箱ですか？
This is horrible. What shall we do? Get a first aid kit? A first aid kit! Yes, I'm sure a first aid kit would solve this.
カノンさん、傷口に手を当てて、しっかり押さえてください。使用人室のベッドに運びましょう。皆さん、手を貸してください。
Canon-kun, place your hand against the wound. Please push firmly. Let's carry him to the bed in the servant room. Everyone, please lend a hand.
さあ、カノンさん。しばらく我慢してください。
Come now, Canon-san. Please hang in there a little longer.
しっかりして。もう大丈夫よ。だから傷口から手を離さないで。
Hang in there. It'll be okay. So don't take your hand from the wound. Yeah, it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
とにかく使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢ローザ様にカノンが見つかったことの報告を。
At any rate, let us carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, inform Rosa-sama that we have found Canon.
待って。ローザ様にはダメ。
Wait, not Rosa-sama. Oh, is this going to make the servants doubt Rosa? Huh.
待ってください。カノンさんがローザ様にはダメだと言っています。
Please wait. Canon-san said, not Rosa-sama.
どういう意味なの、カノン君。
What do you mean, Canon-kun?
今はいい。早く使用人室へ運ぼう。熊沢、ローザ様にはまだお伝えするな。カノンに事情を聞いてからにする。
This is no time for that. Let us quickly carry him to the servant room. Kumasawa, do not tell Rosa-sama yet. We will do it after we hear the situation from Canon.
はい。
Yes. He had told him not to tell Rosa. Right after appearing in this state, this could only mean something very disquieting. An eerie anxiety rose to their faces.
さあ、皆さん。急いで運びましょう。早く。
Come now, everyone. Let's hurry and carry him. Quickly. What? I can't think what the purpose of this is. It just... because Canon was confirmed to have died. What? I mean, in the meta game, of Battler against Beatrice. She confirmed Canon died. Wasn't a scene change here? Thought there'd be. Keep going maybe 45 minutes till the end of the chapter. Hmm. You know what? I'll end here for today then. It's about 11:24. It might drag on with me going off topic, possibly. So it might take even longer. But yeah, right here, I'm just wondering, what is going on with this? Sorry about that. No. I mean, thanks for the info. I mean, I didn't really want to end before, because it was only about 11. We have gotten a scene change. I mean, we swapped over to the servant's room. I guess we get a little cliffhanger for next week. So this is actually a pretty decent place to stop. It leaves me wondering what the purposes of this, because, okay, like I was saying, Beatrice confirmed that Canon died in that room, in the metagame. So then the only possible stuff this could mess up is in the board. Just sort of mess up the board. But that would also mess up the metagame. Like, what is going on? Yeah, she did confirm that. Is she trying to go for because she brought back a dead person? There has to be magic, or... Huh? This is so confusing. I don't know. It just seems like it would mess everything up. I don't know what benefits this would have. I'm just baffled. Yeah, I'm just baffled. I don't really know what else to say. Wait, what does it say for Shannon, or for Shannon? What does it say for Canon now? Well, it still says there's no corpse, and yet he's dead. The witch said so in red. So he definitely is dead, even though there's no corpse. Bro, what? Those are all the same. Nothing new on Kinzo. Okay. I am so very confused, and look forward to next time. Yeah, interesting cliffhanger for next week. So, if there's anybody still hanging around that's new, we have some links to social media if you're interested. Links to Discord, YouTube, and Twitter below the channel under the socials banner, or you can type into chat ! Discord, YouTube, or Twitter, and it'll give you a link for those. I'll be back with more Umineko next Monday. Tomorrow is Sir Whoopass. I'm gonna try and finish that tomorrow. Not sure what I'll be doing Thursday. I gotta figure out that. Yeah, that requires more thought. And then, of course, Friday is Lobotomy Corporation. See if we can possibly get to day 37. I think we're on day 32. But in the meantime, thanks for being here and hanging out. Whether ye lurk or chat, I appreciate you all. And have a good rest of your day, night, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye bye.